I'm recording now. So, in yesterday's stream, we Junpei woke up in a boat that was sinking. He got out, he met up with a bunch of other people. One of them, the ninth man, blew up. They all have bracelets with numbers on them. Blew up by breaking the rules of the game. Then we went through a bunch of various puzzle rooms, discovered that another one of us had gone missing, and then discovered later on that he had also blown up and probably been murdered. And then at the very end, Clover killed us with an axe. So before we start anything proper today, should be making good choices. I'm gonna ask y'all about options we've not done yet, if that makes sense. So anything we've already done, I won't vote on. Like, unless there's, you know what I mean. Anyway, I want to show off that today we are clicking begin with memories. From my understanding, this is the same as continue, but I want my memories. So, he will start from the beginning of the game with information from previous playthroughs. Look, I don't think Junpei is going to be making any good choices in his life anytime soon, that's all I'll say. Space for my drink. And I think you can skip everything. Yeah. Yeah, so I gave you your preview, or I gave you your recap, but we still actually have to do all the puzzles. So Junpei wakes up in his funny little room. The bracelet has a 5 on it, that's crazy. Oh, I was kidnapped, that's right. Okay, I better try and figure this out, especially since the window broke and the room is flooding. Oh god, why? Seek a way out. You cannot skip the puzzles themselves. His horrible outfit? Hey. His outfit is banging and you know it. It was just a briefcase. Oops. So I need... Was there something in here? Screwdriver, right? This is the gameplay. Once we get back to things that are like actual gameplay, right? Little jumpy. I like that he's just jumpy. Oh, I have to do this again. Oh. That's only mildly obnoxious. Okay, this had a key in it. Oh, I don't if I'd remembered the numbers, eh? But I don't remember the numbers. What was Zero's plan if people died in their rooms? That wouldn't happen. I wouldn't worry about that. There's the blue briefcase. The red key was here. Then Junpei has a little moment to himself, where he remembers that he was kidnapped at midnight by Zero. You can, by the way, you can only skip text you've already seen. So don't worry about me missing over anything that we've not seen previously, right? Go from bed. Where was the other one though? Ah, shoot. Ah, right there. Okay. So the red one is 7, 4, 8. Boo! Right, no, 7, 4, 8, 5. Okay. The absolute speed at which this man can solve these puzzles, by the way. Like, this is Junpei, but he's an absolute genius. Okay. And the blue one is 0, 2, 6, 3. 0, 2, 6, 3. So yeah, how is everyone today? How's everyone doing? Now, Glumbaron, you know that's wrong. Oops. Okay, we get our explanation of digital routes, and now we have our stack of keycards. Okay, scanning Junpei. Digital route 5, let's go. That would be, oh god, I did this the other day and it was really easy. Is it 671? Yeah, it was. No spoilers. No spoilers about Junpei being a hollow inside his skull. Okay, we're gonna get very familiar with that room because you do have to do it every single time, which sucks a little bit. Okay, Junpei is rushed out of the room by water, and then he runs up the stairs. He thinks he's all alone, the water's coming, so he goes up the stairs, and then boom, he bumps into a bunch of other people. That's crazy, and then they decide to reconvene in the main hall. Junpei meets them all, one by one he names them. This is completely purposeless. Oh my god, I forgot how long it took for him to name them all. We didn't even keep these names, Junpei! There's a 4 and a 5 door on them. We're gonna look around for another way out. The doors don't open. Just can't get it open. It's not possible. Whoa, is that my childhood friend Akane? That's crazy. I haven't seen her since I was little. Wow, that's her. Wow, she fell on me. Oh my god, we're so close together. Burgeoning romance. Zero decides to tell us some rules. Also, we have things written in our pockets that give us even further rules. Basically, if you go through the doors, then there's a bomb in your gut and you'll blow up, whatever. Oh. We'll get there. Then they decide to go around and look for a way out because they don't want to go through the numbered door because that would be crazy. Everything's just wet, but it's still, which means that probably the ship has been stopped from flooding somehow. We find a couple doors with a sun key and an earth key required to unlock them. All the windows are sealed up. Everything's wild. I'm confused. What happened? Huh? Oh, I accidentally hit up instead of to the right. Akane reveals Junpei's name as Junpei, and then everyone else decides to come up with code names. They go for 7 because it's on watch, Santa because San in Japanese is 3, Ace because he's 1, Lotus because Lotus powers 8 petals, Snake because Snake eyes, Clover because 4 leaves, June because it's the 6th month of the year, and then the 9th man's like, whoa, I don't need a code name because I'm crazy. That's wild. I'm gonna use my funny little knife right here to use Clover to open up the 5th door along with Ace's help because 1 + 9 + 4 has a digital root of 5. And then I'm gonna go through and surely nothing bad will happen to me. That'd be wild. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, well, door's open, let's open it. Okay, cool, the 9th man's like, alright, see y'all nerds. And then he starts screaming about, oh my god, he lied to me, that's crazy, he lied to me, and then he blows up. Oh, who should Junpei open the door with? We did it with Snake and 7 last time, who do we want to do it with now? Also, yeah. That was faithful. That was a faithful summarization. All of that happened. Do we want to do it with Ace and Lotus or Santa and June? This isn't worthy of a poll. All this does is change the tiniest bit of text. Santa and June, Santa and June? Okay. Santa and, June. You think you could give me a hand here? The pun was a little too on the nose, but the mood was still grim. Both Santa and June lifted their left hands silently. He verified, and she followed suit. 5 plus 3 plus 6 equals 14. 1 plus 4 equals 5. They'd fulfilled the conditions. If they were to pull the lever on the side... Are you guys ready? I'm gonna open it. Junpei grabbed the lever and looked back over his shoulder. They stiffened and nodded. Junpei nodded back and set his mouth in a grim line. Then he slowly lowered the lever. I actually think we're already past the unique dialogue. I think it was literally just the thing of their hands, but I'll keep going just in case. There was a metallic groan, and the door slid open. A breath of air drifted out of it, carrying a stench that nearly made them gag. Junpei grimaced and put a hand over his mouth. Yeah, okay, there's nothing here. Welcome in, Ahavs! I was just wrong. Yeah, there was a stream today. We should finish another ending today because of the fact we're skipping, like... Whoever said it was like 2 hours of gameplay, I think it was Glumbaron. That's completely correct. The amount of time that this whole introduction thing takes is crazy, actually. Also, yeah, the ninth man blows up. Junpei is... I didn't say that. Oh, I did. Never mind. So I'm sure it was you, but alright. Yeah, they're... Okay, Santa has just said that 3 to 5 people can open a door, and Junpei's like, oh, well, I'm pretty sure actually... Zero said only 2 people could go through. Or something like that. No, wait, that was wrong. It was on the tip of Junpei's tongue when Lotus beat him to the punch. All those who enter must leave, and all those who enter must contribute. That's what the letter said. In other words, no less than 3, and no more than 5. Exactly. Snake inclined his head toward Lotus. The ninth man, however, broke that rule. He tried to pass through a numbered door by himself. Are we done now? There we go. Yeah, okay, so the ninth man broke that rule and he blew up because of the fact that there was a bomb in his stomach, and if everyone doesn't go through, then their bombs go bang. Kabang kaboom. I think that's everything now. Genuinely, I think we're caught up here. Oh, now they talk about how they were kidnapped by Zero. Seven's weirdly suspicious about it. Which we find out later on is because he had amnesia. Clover and Snake are siblings. I'm sure that that can only lead to the best things ever if something happens to Snake. I trust Clover with my life. Okay. 7, Snake, Clover, and Ace all want to go through door 5. Okay. Which means that the remaining 4 would be able to go through door 4. Last time, however, we absolutely Junpei'd it and decided we were going to go through door 5 for no goddamn reason whatsoever. This time we won't do that. Anyway, 8365. What would... I don't know, like, it sounds like it would probably be like 2. 2! It would be 2. That meant there was no way they could pass through door 4. Wait. No, that wasn't right. No, something didn't seem right. Junpei ran the numbers again. 8 plus 3 plus 6 plus 5 equals 22. 2 plus 2 equals 4. He repeated what he determined. They don't force me to choose. I can choose the option that's correct. Just because it's grayed out doesn't mean I can't pick it. It just shows that I've picked it in the past. It's 4. Speaking of, by the way, I didn't read like any of the opening messages because I'm so busy focusing on my little dancing Lottie. I'm glad you're enjoying the streams, Glumbaron. Absolutely. I didn't respond to that. It's 4. Add up our 4 bracelet numbers and the digital route is 4. Then we can go into door 4? Yeah, huh, that worked out well. Junpei ran over the team assignments in his head one more time. Is him being stupid in the tutorial can't cause anything to go wrong? True. 4 people will go into door 5. 7, Snake, Clover, and Ace. 4 people would go into door 4. Lotus, Santa, Jun, and Junpei. Junpei had to ask himself if the teams were what he really wanted. Beyond door 5 was what remained of the ninth man. He never wanted to see that thing again, but something in him said it would be unwise not to examine the corpse even a little closer. Of course, if he went through door 5, he wouldn't be going with Lotus and Santa. True, it would be... Sorry, Junpei, do you like Lotus and Santa? True, it would be possible for him to bring Jun with him through door 5, but that would mean she would have to see the horrific carnage that waited there. Junpei didn't want that. Still love that I somehow got the fact they swallowed the bombs right. Yeah, I know, right? Why am I reading this text? We've seen this. Right, okay, here we go. Which door do you want to go through, Junpei? Junpei decided that door 4 would be fine because we did door 5 last time. We'll return to votes if there's either we've already done every option, or... you get the point, yeah. Or there's still multiple options to choose from, but as it is, this is our only choice right now. That's different. Decided that door 4 would be fine. He would go through door 4 with Lotus, Santa, and Jun. Why had Junpei even considered doing otherwise? He would be there for Jun, for Akane Kurashiki. That seemed good. He felt it was the right choice to make. I think, by the way, we are done with skipping scenes now. I'm not super sure, but I think we are. I think we've seen everything. Made no shows of affection, but Junpei saw her as something more than just a friend from his childhood. He watched the other 4 walk toward their door. Ace, Snake, Clover, and Seven. Junpei said nothing as they left. Before long, they had reached door 5. They talked to one another for a few seconds, saying things Junpei couldn't hear, and then laid their hands, one by one, on the scanner panel of the red. He grabbed the lever. His face tight with determination, he turned over his shoulder to look at Junpei and his companions. Goodbye. Be careful. Oh true, we never find out either in the last ending what Ace wanted to show Lotus at the end, either. So we know that he found something that's not been divulged. As Ace pulled the lever, the door swung open, the mouth of a great hungry beast. Beyond the door, Junpei knew, lay the sad remains of the ninth man. It did not surprise him that Ace, Clover, and Seven hesitated. The body was not a pleasant thing. Snake had no such problems, as his blindness made him immune to the horror. He stepped through the door, his feet making a wet splack in the pool of blood. Do you intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you? Snake had not even bothered to turn around, but the other 3 steeled themselves and stepped through the door. Door 5 swung shut, closing with the heavy finality of metal upon metal. Junpei and his companions scrambled to the door. They pressed their ears to it in an attempt to hear what might be taking place on the other side. It's beeping. It's just like before. Probably the sound of the detonator on the bracelet. Do you think they're okay? Jun's face showed her concern more plainly than her words ever could. I mean, good use their footage of doors opening and closing. My god, the amount of times we saw the elevator opening and closing last time, like, they were proud of that. That was crazy. Almost as though in response to her question, a voice rang out from the other side of the door. It was Seven.
Hey! There it is! That's gotta be that dead thing! Come on, get over here! We gotta authenticate!
The beeping stopped. The sighs of relief were audible even through the heavy door.
Looks like it stopped.
Junpei and his companions leaned away from the door and breathed a collective sigh of relief on their own. Hey guys, are you doing alright over there? They'd heard Seven's voice, but it wouldn't hurt to be sure. Imagine he was talking about the corpse.
Hey, it's that dead thing!
Wow. Poor ninth man. What did he do wrong? What did he do to deserve such treatment? Yep, we're fine. Despite the recent danger, Clover's voice was as bubbly as ever. Oh, hey, I'm gonna tell you about this whole dead thing, okay? The dead is just like the red, but the color is different. You know how the red was red? Well, the dead is blue. Other than that, it's just like the red. There's so much good attention to detail in this game, yeah. He didn't give them a name? That's true. That was messed up of the ninth man, honestly. I wonder what his nickname would have been. I wonder if they planned one. Apparently the devs planned one for Junpei, if he were allowed to give one. Because he gets cut off right when he's about to give one out. They weren't too sure if they wanted to go with hand or star. Because of either the 5 fingers or the 5 points. But that would have been Junpei's name. Can you imagine a game where you play as a guy named Hand? Authenticating is the same too. Awesome! Thanks. That helps a lot. Well, we should probably move on now. You be careful out there. Roger that. I guess to explain things in different voices. This is going to be a great one for me. Junpei and the others left door 5 and headed toward door 4. They stood in front of the red and placed each of their hands upon it. 4 asterisks appeared on the screen. Junpei grabbed the lever and turned around. You guys ready? Yeah. Sure. Let's go. None of them looked particularly optimistic, but their faces were set. Junpei nodded to them and turned back toward the red. All right, let's go. With strength and determination, he pulled the lever. Happy with my sore throat, I don't have to read aloud. That'd be crazy if I made y'all read for streams. Like, I do completely silent PNG tuber streams. That'd be wild. Just like, you read the text on your own. Do it yourself. Do your own voices. You don't like mine? Do your own. Mute the stream. Do your own voices. That'd be wild. Run! The 4 of them let through the door together. The moment they had passed through it, each heard a cold electronic sound coming from their left wrist. In the center of each bracelet, a red skull appeared and began to flash. The detonator's countdown had begun. In the long moment that each of them spent staring at their wrists, the numbered door behind them closed, the sound of metal on metal reverberating down the hallway. There was no way back now. The stream does indeed have audio. Be amazed. Be impressed. They were committed. If they could not find the device to deactivate their detonators... Hey! Where the hell is the dead? How would I know? Don't give me that crap! Start looking! I already am. They began to run, eyes looking frantically for the device that was the key to their salvation. The hallway they found themselves running down was a long one, easily 300 feet in length. On the right side of it stood a series of wooden doors, all nearly identical. If they had taken time to think, they would likely have discerned that the doors led to cabins. Don't tell me the dead is in one of those rooms! Oh no! How many rooms do you think there are? Junpei was too frightened to count properly, but his best guess there were 7 or 8 of them. Ah, fuck! There wasn't much time to count them to be sure. Junpei ran to the nearest door. He grabbed the knob and shook, hard. It wouldn't open. It didn't feel locked, more like someone had hammered an iron plate over the other side of the door. Junpei turned around to find another door and saw that his companions had already run to doors of their own. They did not seem to be having any more success than he had. Their own words confirmed his fears. Shit! This one's no good! Same here. It's not moving! Jun was the last to speak up. As Junpei looked in her direction, his eye caught something he hadn't noticed before. A small red light. It flashed at him dimly from the end of the hallway. That's it! Over there! Even as he yelled, he ran. He grabbed Santa, Lotus, and June and pulled them toward the light. Santa called out to them as he ran. Hey, how many more seconds do we have? How would I know? Our time limit is 81 seconds. I know that, god damn it! I'm asking you how many seconds we have left! In all likelihood, Junpei figured nearly a minute had already passed since the door had closed behind them. If that was true. Urgency foremost in all of their minds, they arrived at the end of the hallway. The dead sat on the left wall, blinking almost tauntingly at them. Hurry! Junpei grabbed hold of the machine, his hands slick with sweat and shaking. He slammed his hand against the scanner panel. The other three quickly followed suit. With a grunt, Santa yanked the lever downward. Did he grab 3 people? It's a good question. Looks like it stopped. His hands beginning to steady, Junpei wiped away some of the sweat that had beaded on his forehead. As they caught their breath, the 4 companions began to look around. At the end of the hallway lay a heavy-looking set of double doors. Set into the walls of the hallway on either side of the larger door were 2 smaller ones. They all needed inspecting, but Junpei began with the largest of the 3, the double doors. How many times had he come across similar doors with similar results, he wondered. Or perhaps he corrected himself, or a lack of results. Whatever the reason, the door remained firm and unyielding, and refused to allow Junpei, or anyone else, passage. Near the handle was a small keyhole. Above the keyhole was a small symbol engraved in the brass. Mail? He wasn't quite sure what to make of it, and stared at it for a moment in confusion. It was June that corrected him. No, that's not the symbol for mail. That's probably the symbol of Mars. Well, technically they're the same symbol, but I saw a number of similar symbols near the main stairway. The symbols of the solar system. The Sun. Saturn. The Earth. So yeah, in case you wondered why we occasionally just get random bits of text telling us stuff we already knew, it's because we skipped so quickly over that opening bit, I didn't even remember that we'd encountered the Saturn keycard thing. And just because I remembered the Sun and the Earth doesn't mean that someone who skipped through all of that necessarily would have. You know what I mean? So that's why Junpei sometimes just repeats stuff arbitrarily. And you're like, okay, Junpei, thank you. Mail? Clearly the solution is to put your penis in it. Robin? What? Like, I don't know how big you think that keyhole is. Anyway, I don't want to stick on this line of thought. At least, that's what I'm assuming. So, this isn't the man symbol, it's a symbol for Mars? Is this a new run? This is a new run. We have basically just started this run. I think so, yes. While Junpei and June talked, Santa had disappeared. They turned to find him some distance down the hallway. He had gone to check the other doors. Eventually, he reached the last of them and jogged back. It took him only a moment to catch his breath again. Here's the deal. None of the other doors open. That must mean we only have 2 more doors. Lotus examined the doors on either side of the larger double door. Each one had a metal plate attached to it. Junpei figured they were probably room numbers. The door on the left read B92, and the door on the right proclaimed that it led to B93. Alright, let's open them. Yeah. Junpei put his hand on the doorknob for the door that said room 92. Santa moved the door to room 93. They'd made it through the numbered door alive. There was nothing more to be afraid of. Junpei and Santa looked at each other and nodded. 1, 2, 3! In unison, they pushed against their respective doors, and promptly found themselves in a new room. June followed Junpei as he threw open his door. They turned around and saw that the door on the other side was open as well. Through the door was another person, his mouth agape. It was Santa. Hey, it opened. Yeah, it did. Junpei and Santa looked at each other. They had not expected the doors to yield so easily. Otis's calm voice broke into their thoughts. Maybe this is all a part of Zero's plan. I can't say I enjoy being treated like someone's puppet. Is she headed for room 9-3? Lotus continued. Well, now we have these 2 rooms. I'm sure there's something in there that will help us get out of here. Let's find it. Santa and I will search this room. Junpei and June, search the other one. Alright. Okay. Seek a way out! Okay, first things first, I want to take a drink. Why is Seiko Air the best thing ever? It's top tier. I just love the Junpei animation across the screen and stuff. Okay. Let's see what we can figure out. That vase looks expensive. I wonder how much we could get for it. Are you gonna steal it? This is kind of a weird looking picture. Do you think it's an abstract painting or something? Looks kind of like a demon with an elephant-like nose, sucking on a human being's brain. I do not see what she sees. It looks like a picture of my parents having a fight. Where the hell did that come from? What's her brain made of? Can't say I'd mind finding out a little more about what goes on in there. I mean, when you zoom out, it looks... Matches. It's a box of matches. There are matches inside, obviously. Okay. Junpei looked down blankly at what he was holding, then up at June. Oh yeah. How's your fever? You feeling better now? Yes. I'm feeling fine. June certainly looked fine. Junpei held his hand on her forehead for a few seconds. It seemed her fever really had gone down. Are you worried about me? Do I... Junpei, are you a massive asshole? Poll? We're not polling this. Yeah, I guess I am. Okay, let me just figure things out quickly here. Okay. June blushed and giggled. By the way, Jumpy? How did you end up here? What do you mean? I told you earlier, didn't I? There was a man with a gas mask when you got home at night. You inhaled some white smoke and passed out. When you woke up, you were on D-deck. Yeah, that's it. But is that really the truth? What? Jumpy, are you hiding something from me? No! Why would I? Well, if you think about it, this is awfully suspicious. I mean, why would 2 childhood friends bump into each other in a place like this? Hey, I could ask you the same thing. Are you hiding something? What would I hide? I don't know, anything. I mean, you're hiding it. How would I know? You mean, like, the number of men I've dated? Junpei's heart stumbled over itself. Do you want to know? He had to admit, he was a little curious. Don't worry. She smiled at him. Only 18. Times 0. Yeah, I guess I just haven't met Mr. Right yet. June looked a little embarrassed and scratched the back of her head in a desperate attempt to seem nonchalant. Junpei coughed quietly in much the same way. Chat, be honest, that was L-Riz. All around. There were no W's involved in that. That was L-Riz. Junpei coughed quietly in much the same way. Anyway, I'm not hiding anything. Just like you, Jumpy. When I woke up, I was on D-deck. Well, you do have a point. I mean, why did Zero pick us? We haven't seen each other since elementary school. June nodded, and for a few moments she had the faraway look of someone in deep thought. Look for what connects the victims. That will lead you to the culprit. Do you remember Seven saying something like that? Yeah, I do. So? Well, that's what I'm saying. I think this must all have something to do with a classmate of ours. Got any ideas who it might be? No, nothing. Oh. Well, if it had something to do with school, then it could be one of our teachers, or maybe the principal. Or the janitor, or the lunch lady. No, I can barely remember any of them. Yeah, I know. Junpei went back to searching, feeling unpleasant and confused. Elementary school? Elementary school? Was there anything strange that had happened in elementary school? As he searched the room, he continued to rack his brain. Okay, let's find out what type of furniture this is. Ah! Junpei, what are you doing? We don't have the time to be relaxing on a sofa. It's a sofa. It's a display case. But there's nothing being displayed. How sad. Looks like the drawers are empty too. There's really not much in this room, huh? Okay, you're not allowed to see that. Why, the display case got a roof? Don't worry about it. There's nothing in the display case. What's this? It's a bottle with water in it. This is a bedroom. They probably have it here because your throat always feels dry when you wake up. You know? My throat's dry, but I think that's because I'm a little nervous right now. Well, we did run a lot, so we're kind of sweaty. Hey, Jumpy, did you want to take a shower together? Whoa! Just kidding. Too late to take it back. My brain's already working out the picture. My throat was dry already. This sure isn't helping. Thank you for the hydrate. I need it to get past the L-Riz going on here. Then again, pretty much any man I've seen, that line would be enough, yeah. Game is game? Yeah. Like, okay. What is this? This isn't a painting. Is it a map? It looks like a map of the ship's interior. Oh, this is a great find. I think it'll be really useful. Let's take it with us. It's now possible to use the map screen. Junpei took one last look at the map, then folded it up and slid it back into his pocket. Jun looked up as he closed it. This ship is bigger than I thought. Yeah, it's probably about 900 feet long. Must be one of those fancy cruise ships. Of course, it doesn't really look like a cruise ship. Everything in here is really retro. Even if it's some sort of style choice. There's just too much. Do you remember what Zero said?
On April 14th, 1912, the famous ocean liner Titanic crashed into an iceberg. After remaining afloat for 2 hours and 40 minutes, it sank beneath the waters of the North Atlantic.
Do you think maybe this boat and the Titanic have something to do with each other? That's a good point. I doubt he would have mentioned it if there wasn't a reason. Junpei took a moment to look around the room. Do you think this boat is... Alright, chat. Do we think this is a replica of the Titanic or the actual Titanic? You know what? I am actually going to give you all a poll for this one. Because this is a stupid question. Enjoy. Actual one, actual... So this is the run where we have good-hearted Junpei, but there's nothing going on in his head, huh? It's gonna take a lot of effort for Replica to win out from here. 10 IQ Junpei. Can we get like a mobile ad that's like, you know, instead of like my mom versus my dad, it's like Junpei. Junpei is an idiot in all timelines. True. You gotta wonder how he's solving these puzzles so quickly. Okay. It is very obvious people want to say it's the actual Titanic. That dominated. Do you think this boat is the actual Titanic? The actual Titanic. You mean it, like, slipped through time and ended up here? Before the ship sunk on April 14th, 1912? Huh. What the hell are you smoking? Huh? Did I get it wrong? Junpei grinned and shook his head. No, that's not... I mean, come on. Slipped through time? Seriously. I was talking about the controversy surrounding the Titanic. Controversy? What do you mean? How did he say, I think it's the actual Titanic, and then make her out to be the idiot? Controversy? What do you mean? Haven't you heard of it? It's pretty famous, you know. The Titanic has a sister ship that was essentially identical. It was called the Olympic. Oh, yes, I have heard of that. If I remember correctly, the Olympic was a ship that had a lot of problems, and the company that owned it didn't know how to get rid of it, right? So they made the Olympic up to look just like the brand new Titanic. And then they sunk it on purpose. That's right. They also took out a huge insurance policy on it before it set sail. That would mean that the real Titanic never sank. Yeah, the ships got swapped. The real Titanic was renamed the Olympic in secret and was used as a passenger ship for more than 20 years. Hey, wait a minute. Wouldn't that mean it retired in 1935? I think this is crazy, by the way. You've been locked in like murdery escape rooms, and you're just like, you know, the radio towers are infecting us with 5G waves. I read it on the internet. The Titanic was a hoax. The lizard people live under our precious, precious sewers. Like, what is that conspiracy theory? Oh, they sunk a different ship, but not the Titanic. Oh, I love this man. Wouldn't that mean it retired in 1935? Uh-huh. Well, yeah, I guess sometime around then, yeah? Well, what happened to it after that? I heard it was dismantled. Dismantled. Then it doesn't matter, does it? Whichever boat the real Titanic was, it doesn't exist anymore. It was either retired and dismantled, or sunk in the Atlantic by the curse. But then that would mean this ship is... What? Wait? What did you just say? Huh? Sank in the Atlantic because of what? The curse? What do you mean, a curse? A curse is a curse. This one is the curse of the Egyptian mummy. Junpei couldn't understand how Jun had maintained a straight face to say that. I'm so glad we went into room 5 first. I didn't remember that everything on you is like, oh my god, so many conspiracy theories that just slapped on you in this room. These two nutcases. Okay. Oh. Supposedly, the Titanic carried the mummy of the priestess Amon-Ra, which was stolen from a pyramid. And they say that the mummy had a history. Everyone involved with it died mysterious deaths. Come on, I'm sure you've heard of it before. Those who open the coffin will be forever cursed. Haven't you ever heard that one? So, you're saying the Titanic sunk because of that curse? That's right. Jun's eyes had lit up with excitement, like a child with a new toy. That's stupid. I don't buy it. It's true! How can you be so sure? That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. It was really mysterious, totally unbelievable. What is so unbelievable about it? Well, supposedly, she was really pretty. Pretty? Yes. But she was a mummy. That's right. She wasn't all shriveled up or rotten or anything. She looked just like she was alive. Oh, I get it. It's that thing. I don't remember the name, where your body turns into some kind of wax. If a dead body is put in the right sort of environment, the fat in it turns into something kind of like candle wax, right? And... Yes, saponification. But that's not what it was. Uh-huh. That's not it. She wasn't wax. Then what is it? They say that she was frozen. What? Frozen? That's right. The whole body was frozen solid. You know how a human body is more than 60% water? Well, all of that water was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery, all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic, and even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted. Jin and Junpei talked a little more, and then went back to their investigation. But even as they did, his mind went back to what she'd told him. Ice that wouldn't melt, even in the desert. Could such a thing really exist? No, even if it did, it wouldn't really be ice anymore, would it? The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Like he'd eaten his ice cream too fast. It's a bed! It's a light blue blanket with some... It's a light blue blanket with some designs on it. Someone's made the bed, or at least never unmade it. There's only bed sheets under the blanket, nothing exciting. Look, there's two pillows right next to each other. Guess it's a double. Uh-huh, what's up? You're turning red. Oh man, is her fever back? Hey, are you alright? Do you need to lay down for a minute? I'm fine! I think it's still a little early for that. Huh? Hey, seriously, are you really okay? Why are they letting me see the bed? A bed frame. I don't have to worry about falling off. I toss and turn when I sleep. She's blushing again. The hell is she thinking about? There's a reason this screen exists. But, whatever it is, I can't figure it out. Interesting. The chair that goes with the dresser. There's nothing particularly interesting about it. A key? Do you think it's the key to the dresser? Dresser was unlocked, though. There's nothing inside. This is the mirror for the dresser. And now she's playing with her hair. Does she even realize she's doing that? Hey, we don't have time for that. Come on, it's not like there's anyone here you need to impress. Yes, there is. Oh. What? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Forget it, Jumpy! So behind me there should be a bathroom. Aha! That's the bathroom wall. There's square tiles all over it. Okay, good for them. Walls covered with square tiles. They've all got geometric shapes on them. Does nothing in this area exist for any purpose? Okay. There's a little blue platform protruding from the shower wall next to the knobs. It's for putting soap on. I used to shower once, so I know. No, I just figured there had to be something hidden at the bed, and there just wasn't. It's just a shower head. There's nothing special about it. That's the shower knob. Let's see if anything happens when we turn it. No water's coming out. Okay. Okay, I did not mean to click the wall again, chat. Toilet. A collection of full and partially depleted rolls of toilet paper. Someone was well prepared. There's nothing too suspicious about it. Now let's check the toilet. There's nothing there. The tank's empty too. There isn't even any water in it. Interesting. Yeah. Why don't we go back to the living room? Okay. Let's go back. Right. I wasn't allowed this water, was I? The bottle with some water in it. I doubt it'll be that useful. Okay. I'm confused because there don't really seem to be anything in this room, but whatever. Jumpy, where are you going? I was thinking of going over to Lotus's room. Why? What do you mean, why? I'm just gonna go check up on him. Is there something wrong with that? Well, no. Come back soon. Sure thing. I'll leave the rest to you. Sure. Leave it to me. Alright, off to the other room. So this is the other room. Looks like a valuable vase. Empty, though. Seems to be a room on the left side of the vase. It's a tile with a black and white pattern on it. Okay, this is just like the exact same bathroom. This is the bathroom wall. The whole wall is covered in these square tiles. Can I just say, this tile wall, utterly hideous. Why is Jun staying? Because only Junpei is allowed to leave his zone. This thing's a little shelf for putting soap on. That's the shower knob. I try turning it, but no water comes out. Whoa, look! Junpei! There's a mushroom growing out of the wall! That's a shower head. He knows, because he had a shower once. Some toilet paper. We've got 2 rolls, I guess. Is there anything in the toilet? Guess not. The tank's empty, too. Well, this is a display case. Check it out. These plates and shit look real expensive. You want to take a look? I want that. This tile. I think I've seen it somewhere. Yeah, I know. Kinda looks like the one we saw in the other room. Damn! Guess this is the wrong key. Well, that means there's gotta be another one somewhere around here. Otherwise we aren't gonna be able to open this thing. A candle with a candlestick. This might come in handy. I know. If I use these matches to light the candle... Sure thing, Junpei. You're just gonna put that in your pocket? Hey, check this out. This is a pretty nice sofa. I know. It's a shame I can't take it back with me. Awesome! With the light from the candle, maybe we can take a look around over there. It gets so hot when I hold it. I want to put it down. Well, why don't you set it on top of the dresser? It's flat there, at least it won't fall over. Oh yeah, good idea. I didn't even realize it was dark in here. Oops. Hey, got pretty bright. Now we can look around a little. I was holding it by the flame. Let's see if this... Yes! Yes, it worked! That's a strange design. Is it ceramic? Doesn't look like there are any puzzles in it. Oh, I should check if it says something on the back. It won't, but like... No, okay. Okay. I don't know. It looks like my ex-girlfriend coming home drunk. It's a light, man. Can't you figure that out on your own? Hard to tell if it's burned out or not. Of course, now that we have the candle, I guess it doesn't really matter that much anymore. The candle is burning fast. Its beauty melts my heart, but this isn't the time to be enjoying the soft glow of a candle, I suppose. We'd better make a detailed investigation of the room before it goes out. It's crazy that they wouldn't investigate this room in the dark. Like, what if Junpei came in and ate the candle? What would they have done? They just would have gone, okay, well, guess we can't see this room. Huh? A curtain, huh? Well, it's got all these metal rings, probably so you could hang it from something, you know? Yes, but it doesn't look like a normal curtain. And the way it feels, I think it's probably waterproof. Which would make this a shower curtain. A shower curtain, huh? Sweet, now we can shower? Hell yeah. Anything under the blanket? Nope, nothing suspicious here. Okay. So bullied and made. A girl with burning red eyes staring back at me. Ah! I'm just messing with you. There's nothing there. Anything under the blanket? Nope, still nothing suspicious. No ghosts or girls either. Okay. Huh? Hey, what the hell? I just got dark all of a sudden. Maybe the candle got blown out. We should go see. One investigate. Too dark to see anything inside. Shoot, did I fuck up? There's a candlestick covered in melted wax on top of the dresser. Hey, what's this? The top of the candlestick looks kind of weird. You're right. It's all bumpy. Should have sent the blind man in here. Do you think this was designed for Snake? He's off doing all the visual puzzles. While we're given the braille room. Candlestick key. Okay. The part of the candlestick where the candle goes looks like a key. Key, huh? I think I ran into a lock I couldn't open earlier. Do you want to enlighten me as to where? Please let it be this. Let's see if this candlestick key will do anything. Yes! It opened! Alright, pull that shit open. The vase looks pretty expensive. There are some pieces of expensive looking ceramic and porcelain in here. It burnt down very fast. Okay, this one's clearly like a gorilla, right? We all see the gorilla here? Like, I was obviously taking the piss with the other one, but like... We're all on the same lines with this one, yeah? Hey, don't you think the pattern on that tile looks like something? Yeah, I think I saw it somewhere. Are we? Oh god, no. Hey, Junpei, you got a minute? Santa had shown up out of nowhere, and gave Junpei no small start. Here, take this. Santa pulled something out of his pocket. It looked like a bookmark? It had a 4-leaf clover in it. What is this? I found it in between some of the cushions on the sofa. Pretty sure it ain't gonna be any help to us, but I figured we might as well hang on to it anyway. But then why don't you hold on to it? Santa gave him a wry smile. You know what I hate most in the world? I got 4 things. Hope, faith, love, and luck. Hope, faith, love, and luck? Damn straight. And you hate these things? Yeah, you got a problem with that? Not really, but... Junpei tried to figure out how best to phrase what he wanted to say. What does a bookmark have to do with any of that? Santa scratched the back of his ear and looked awkward. Well, see, each leaf on the 4-leaf clover has a meaning to it, okay? And that meaning is pretty much those 4 words. It's like a flower language. Well, I guess it's not a flower, is it? So a leaf language, I guess. Yeah, you could call them leaf words. Leaf words. Junpei looked at the bookmark. Hope, faith, love, and luck. So, yeah, I want you to take it, okay? Just touching it gives me the creeps. Take the damn thing, alright? Santa pretended to shiver with disgust and shoved the bookmark into Junpei's confused hands. Junpei, what do you want to do? Let's do a poll. You have 1 minute. Enjoy. I don't know that anyone's gonna really want to reject him, quote unquote, but I figure I'll still give the choice here. Oh, we do have a vote for no. Oh, great, they're tied. After I say that, y'all decided you're all gonna be really funny. I see. How are y'all keeping this tied? God damn it! I'm committed to Nice Boy Junpei. Lurkers, please. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say no, and then we're gonna say yes. Thanks, but no thanks. It's kind of weird to be getting presents from another dude, you know? Santa's eyebrows went up. Apparently he hadn't thought of that. Well, I guess you do have a point. I won't force it on you. Sure you don't want it? Actually, I'll take it. If Santa wanted him to have it that much, Junpei couldn't see any harm in taking it. Junpei homophobic art? Yeah, look what you did. Anytime from now on the votes tie, Junpei becomes a little bit more homophobic. Actually, I guess I'll take it. Jeez, just make up your mind, alright? Before Junpei could change his mind again. Here. Santa shoved the bookmark into his hand. He took it clumsily and stuffed it into the inside pocket of his vest. Yeah, man, I feel a lot better now. They really want you to have that bookmark. That thing was a real pain, you know? Are there 2 chances? You can just keep saying no. There's only 2 chances. You say no again, you don't get it. He gives it to Lotus, I think. Do you really hate those 4 words that much? Yeah, well, they can all betray you, you know? Hope, faith, love, even your destiny. What had happened to Santa, Junpei wondered. How had he become such a bitter person? For a moment, they looked at each other. Well, that's not my only reason. What? That's not the only reason I hate the 4-leaf clover. I just can't bring myself to like the number 4. What, worried about the 4 horsemen? Nah. Come on, man, that's just silly. Maybe back in the Dark Ages that kind of crap scared people, but this is the 21st century, and I'm a 21st century guy. Why do you hate 4 so much? Because it's a half-ass number. Not the best or the worst. That's why. What? 9 is a way better number. So what if it's last place, right? At least it's not some lame-ass middle number. Santa's explanation made no sense. Junpei was even more confused than before. You play? Play? I'm not gonna do a poll for this one, but I will ask people what response they want. This isn't getting a gift from Santa. Why would you ever respond to this? With, you mean like play the stock market? That feels simultaneously stupider and way smarter for Junpei to say. You know what I mean? Fuck it. You mean like the stock market? Nah, that's not what I mean. Why the hell would you think? I mean, yeah, I do stocks too, but... This last statement, more or less thrown away by Santa, caught Junpei very much by surprise. You? A stockbroker? Yeah. Got a problem with that? No, you just don't look the type. What Junpei didn't say, of course, was that he didn't think Santa looked smart enough to be a stockbroker. Man, that stuff's just like gambling, you know? All you gotta do is bet on the winning horse. Nothing that hard about it. You sound pretty confident. So, are you betting on winning horses? Of course I am. You remember a couple years back when the stock for Cradle Pharmaceuticals shot through the roof? Stacked a few bills over that, if I do say so myself. Uh-huh. Uh-huh was all Junpei could think of. He'd never even heard of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Fortunately, he was saved quickly from further embarrassment. Hey, how long are you gonna stand around wasting time? Stop screwing around. So it was stupid, but it's what he meant. I think he would have had a better response if we talked about gambling, I don't know. The voice screaming at them from the other room was unmistakably Lotus's. Junpei and Santa looked at each other. The lady has spoken. Santa sighed. We better get back to work before we really piss her off. I don't want her beating me up. And with that, Santa walked off slowly. Hey, wait! We weren't done. He started after Santa, intending to catch him, but... Lotus appeared from the next room, blocking his path. Her posture suggested she was not about to let him pass. There was nothing for it. He had lost. Okay, okay. I'll get back to work, damn it. Her glare suggested any other choice would not have ended pleasantly for him. Junpei mumbled to himself under his breath and went back to his search. We both say the same thing in different order? Maybe? What's up? You going back already? Well, I can't just leave June there by herself. What, you think you're her knight or her protector or something? You're creeping me out. Whatever, man. I'm going. Oh, it doesn't sound her in the room on the other side. I'm gonna go check up on them. Junpei, if you miss her so much, you don't have to keep coming back here. Psh, no, that's not what this is. I'm just being like a bridge between the two rooms. Uh-huh. You just keep telling yourself that. Now get out of here and go help June. Can I hang up this shower curtain? Just a shower head, there's nothing special about it. Where would I hang it up? Junpei, do you think there might be something on the shower curtain? Uh-huh. Well, maybe. You wanna try closing it? Ah! The other room doesn't have a shower curtain, I guess. I'm lost. Chat, I'm scared. It's a wall covered in small square tiles. They've all got geometric shapes on them. How do I hang up the shower curtain? Ah. There's a curtain rod running along the ceiling. God. God! Let's put that shower curtain on those hooks. Let's try spreading the curtains. Wow, that's a pretty obvious peephole. Somebody's really dedicated. Well, with a hole this big, you gotta wonder if maybe they wanted to be caught. So you're saying maybe the one getting spied on was into that shit? Maybe they were into, like, those home invasion fantasies. Home invasion? Interesting. I see. You two are real idiots, you know that? Okay. Let's try spreading the curtains. Ooh. There's a hole in the curtain. If I look at it from a ways back, I can see a single tile. Alright, from here I can see what tile it is. Looks like it's 5th from the top, 3rd from the right. I'll trust it. The exit. Jin's room is on the other side of the hallway. Maybe I'll go back. How do you know the angle to look at? That puzzle is a bit of a stretch, huh? Here it is! Yes, this one's loose. I think I can get under this with my nails and... Yes! I would have thought this would be hidden in the bathroom, huh? Did a good job finding it. So, one side has a design like the rest of the bathroom tiles, and the other side has the black and white design. I think I've seen that pattern somewhere before. Oh god. Okay, so back to here. Right. There's a tile in the frame, so I guess I'm supposed to put tiles in the empty spaces. Alright, I'm gonna give it a shot. Junpei, what the hell? You just slapped them in there! What the hell, man? I did it. Yes! I did it! There. Picture complete. And there goes the frame. What's this? What do you mean, what's this? Pretty obvious, isn't it? It's a hole in the wall. Like a hidden safe or something, you know? Anyway, let's take a look. I think there's something inside. Whoa! This is one of those Mars symbols! The door at the end of the hallway has the same symbol engraved on the keyhole. And that's gotta mean... Yes, we can use this key to get through that door. Junpei messed around a bit with the key he had and looked blankly at the picture that slid down. Why? Why didn't he go to unlock the door? Why does he take the key and start licking it? What's the deal with this picture, anyway? Santa had only been mumbling to himself, but it drew Lotus's attention. She looked at the picture and paused. I think I've seen this picture before. Where? In a book. It's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory. I saw this picture in his book. What's this interesting theory? Morphogenetic field, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance. Man, I can't deal with this. Just listening to you talk about it is giving me a headache. Santa put his hands on his head, as though he were in great pain. Lotus merely arched an eyebrow in his direction and continued. It's not a difficult concept to grasp. In essence, he states that the shapes of living organisms and their behavioural patterns are transmitted through a field not visible to the eye. What part of that isn't difficult exactly? Lotus did not look pleased. Alright, how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism. Telepathy? Yes, telepathy. Well, perhaps not exactly telepathy, but it is close enough for a simple approximation. Santa suddenly burst into laughter. Are you serious? Telepathy? What do you think we are, kids from the 70s? I can't believe someone would actually do serious research on something like that. Yes, I agree. Lotus's response was surprisingly curt. Junpei had expected at least some conflict. I read the book, but I can hardly say I understood it. I'm in no position to defend or condemn anything it said. It was probably just someone latching onto a statistical outlier from some study and turning it into a ridiculous theory. There's no scientific merit to any of it, I'm sure. But even so, Anyway, I saw a picture like that one in his book. Lotus indicated the picture they'd all been looking at. After a moment, she walked up to the strange picture, examined it, and then spoke. Hey, what do you think this picture looks like? Santa answered first. What do you mean? Isn't it just, like, abstract or something like that? It's just black and white scribbles. There's no meaning there. That's it. What about you, Junpei? Does it look like anything to you? I guess it looks like... Come on, chat. A man's face, butterfly, a koi, a dog, a small boat floating in a lake, or Funyarinpa. Let's be real. There's no reason to put this up to a poll. I know exactly that you would all say Funyarinpa. There's only one option, and that option is Funyarinpa. Funyarinpa? See, I mean, this totally looks like one, here and here. Junpei indicated parts of the picture that looked exactly like the other parts. After 3 seconds of silence, Lotus looked at Junpei. What the hell is a Funyarinpa? What do you mean, what the hell is a Funyarinpa? You mean you don't know? How the hell would I know? How could you not know? That's practically blasphemous. Say you're sorry. Apologize to the Funyarinpa. Goodness, you are such a rude woman. Another 3 seconds of awkward silence went by. Lotus opened her mouth as she shook. Junpei, are you just screwing around? Forget it. I'm just gonna tell you. This is a dog. See, like this. Lotus pointed out parts of the picture, and eventually a dog took shape in them. It looked as though she had a point. It was a dog. Santa also nodded in agreement. So? And now we know what it's a picture of, but I don't see how that helps us. Lotus nodded and began to speak. A TV show from Great Britain did an experiment once. They took 2 similar pictures. Both of them were difficult to identify initially. But once you'd figured out the answer, you couldn't see it as anything else. The first picture was a woman wearing a hat. The other one, well, to make it easier, let's just say it was this picture of a dog. So, their experiment. Dee Dee, we're so proud of you for coming out. what happened so far. I suppose it's as good a moment for a recap as any, right? Woke up, boat sinking, oh no, run through, ninth man goes, blows up, come here with Lotus and June and Santa, have extremely risless convos with June, and now we're talking about the fun you're in, pa. So, their experiment. First, they sent the pictures to other parts of the world where British radio and television didn't reach. To Ireland, the US, Africa, Europe, etc. Does British radio and television really not reach Ireland? I don't know if I believe that one. Then, in each country, they gathered a number of test subjects. All in all, there were roughly 1,000 people. Those 1,000 people were shown the two pictures and asked, "What does this picture look like to you?" The results, in and of themselves, were not terribly interesting. 9.2% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. 3.9% saw the dog in the dog picture. Then 2 days later, they broadcast a new show. During the 30-minute show, they broadcast the dog picture and its solution. The audience was estimated to be 200,000 people. After the broadcast, it became assumed that the number of people who knew the solution to the dog picture now totaled over 200,000 people. After another 2 days had passed, they gathered a number of research subjects from areas where British TV and radio did not exist. And this time, they were only able to find a sample of roughly 850 people. Naturally, none of them were people who had participated in the first test. They were, however, given the same test and the same two pictures. The results were shocking. 10% of people saw the lady in the lady picture. The previous test had yielded a 9.2% success rate. The change was not statistically significant. The dog picture, however, produced a very different result. The percentage of people able to successfully find the dog grew from 3.9% to 6.8%, a very significant increase. So, do you understand? Do you realise the significance of this experiment? There was no way the second group could have seen the picture. They lived far away from Britain and couldn't have seen the picture. But even so, it was only the success rate for the dog picture that went up. Why? How did that happen? What does it mean? Lotus looked back and forth, from Junpei to Santa and back again. Normally calm and collected, she looked now as if she were very nearly possessed, and there was something manic about her manner. Santa took an involuntary step backward. Junpei didn't budge, and stared straight back into Lotus's eyes. Does this have something to do with that field, or whatever it was that you were talking about earlier? A field not visible to the eye? So if more people know the answer, then that information will pass through the field. Psych! Her manner suddenly shifted, and Lotus smiled broadly at Junpei and Santa. She waved her hand dismissively, doing her best to laugh the whole confrontation off. Oh, I was just kidding. You really shouldn't take me seriously. Well, I mean, the things I just told you about are true. They really did happen. But the results of that experiment really aren't anything to go by. They could have easily falsified them. In the end, I'm sure they were just in it for the ratings. They are a TV station, after all. At last, it seemed that Santa had gained control of his composure. Right. Man, I gotta admit, you had me there for a minute. I, really thought you were serious. Of course not. Like I told you before, I'm sure it's all just pseudoscience. We have 9 hours before the boat sinks. Okay, right. Santa and Lotus laughed, and gave one another jovial claps on the shoulder. Junpei, however, didn't feel so much like laughing. Something felt wrong. Unclear. Alright, enough nonsense. We've got the key. Let's get out of here. Word. Lotus and Santa walked away from the picture, but Junpei stayed, staring at the picture of the dog. A field not visible to the naked eye. A morphogenetic field. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Alright, let's go to the hallway. I'll go get June. You guys head to the door. Okay. Roger that. It unlocked! Good job, Junpei. Good, now we can get going. Come on, what are you guys standing around for? Let's get out of here. Come on, Junpei, let's go. Alright, let's go. You found it! I love how the actual puzzle took me like 10 minutes, but we spent like half an hour talking about crap. Like, that was the conspiracy theory room of nonsense. You found it! We need a you found it emote. They stepped through the door to find themselves in a wide hallway. Junpei, Jun, Lotus, and Santa stopped for a moment and looked at their surroundings. A short distance away, a metal grate extended across the width of the hallway. They took hold and shook, but it refused to move. Nearby was a pair of elevators. It took only a few button presses to determine that the elevators would not respond to their efforts. They could only assume the elevators were not powered. There was only one door left. I just want to look at the map real quick. For some reason, I thought this would help me. I can't even figure out where door... DD, congratulations on claiming first an hour and a half into the stream. See where we are? Am I just stupid? I can't find the main staircase. Alright. Oh, okay, I think I get it. We went... Okay, I'm following it now. So these two rooms are the rooms we were just in. Yes, okay. Okay, I get it now. It only gives info on the green rooms. I was trying to figure out where the main room was. None of the other rooms are helpful. Well, looks like we don't have any choice. Yeah. Sure does. Well then, let's open it. Junpei grabbed hold of the knob and quietly pushed the door open. He entered, slowly, trying to take in as much of his surroundings as he could. The others followed shortly. Oh, so it's a kitchen. Santa did not look pleased. What were you expecting? Isn't it obvious? The exit. I was hoping this would be the way out of here. Heh, you really think it'd be that easy? Yeah, I know. Still. As they talked, Lotus headed deeper into the room. Until at last, she stood in front of a door. I can just get through this door. We should come out on the other side of that grate we saw earlier. But don't we need a key for that? Sorry, I guess that wasn't very constructive. Neither Junpei nor Lotus looked terribly happy. Junpei dug the ship map from his pocket and spread it out in front of him. As he did... Hey! What's that? Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you. I found this a little while ago. It's a map of the B-deck. Before Junpei could finish, Lotus snatched the map away from him. She ran her finger across it, muttering to herself. I knew it. See, look. Junpei did as he was told. Santa and Jun moved over to look at the map as well. See? We came in here. Yes. Go out there, then we'll be on the other side of the grate. Okay, the grate is on the map. That is weird. I'd say I've forgotten all I read on the wiki. I'm glad. With her finger, Lotus traced a path on the map. She was right. Satisfied that she had been correct, Lotus folded the map and handed it back to Junpei. He took it and slid the valuable piece of paper back into his pocket. Do you think the reason Junpei's outfit is so ridiculous is because he needs to have like 1 billion pockets? There's a card reader on the right side of the door. And that means the key card is somewhere in here, right? That seems the most likely. Alright, we know what we need to do then. Let's get moving. First off, I say we split up and look for clues. Okay. Seek a way out. A voucher. It says appetizer 9, meat dish 10. Oh my god. I'm gonna need to remember that. I don't know why I'm gonna need to remember it, I just know I am. Appetizer 9, meat dish 10, soup A, seafood dish F. I love how hype chat gets for the seek a way out and for the you found it. Those 9 plates look pretty expensive. They're plates for appetizers. Remember, appetizers usually come on square plates. Okay, well, excuse me, princess. 2, 3, there's 10 of them. If you flip these over, they look like hats. The middle is super deep for plates. Okay, so this is gonna be 9, 10, A and F then. A and F being in hexadecimal. Why are they teaching us about number bases? They're soup plates. They're made that way so the soup doesn't spill. Oh no, those are soup. Okay, so we're missing a soup. No, we're not. Oh my god, no, that's not how number bases work. 10 is A. Actual 10 that we know would be 17 if it's hexadecimal. Or no, 16. Well, that makes you think a poor college student has the money to do something like that. I think there are 15 of these plates. 15. So these must be seafood. I'm assuming they're for seafood. How the hell can you tell that? They look just like any other plate from the 99-cent store. If you ever take a lady out to dinner, you're going to embarrass yourself. I feel sorry for June. What? Why the hell are you bringing up June? The lady doth protest too much, methinks. You are not terribly subtle, and there should be 16 of these then. There's a bunch of little late wavy ridges on this plate. Those plates are for serving meat. Ugh, you really are ignorant, aren't you? Oh, come on, it's not like I need to know this crap. Jeez. Interesting. Okay. That's the exit. There's a big old iron plate over the door. I don't think we can open it. Hey, Santa. Could you open that door, please? What the hell? There's no way I could open that thing. Guess you're getting to that age where your eyes start to go, huh? You'd better watch your mouth, boy, or someone won't live long enough to see that door opened. You thought those were chairs? Oh, I see. This has got the two of them on edge. Why are they teaching us about digital roots? Okay, but like... we gotta get out of here and fast. It's kind of far away. I can't really tell, but is that a ladle? I don't really think a ladle is going to be very useful. Countertop. We've got a rolling pin and a colander. Nothing useful, in other words. It looks like you can enter numbers into this thing. Is it an oven timer? It's probably for entering a passcode. After all, the oven door is locked. My guess is that it'll open if we put in the correct code. Buttons are for entering a passcode. We don't have a passcode yet, though. I should probably look for some hints before I start messing around with this. An iron oven. Looks pretty heavy duty. It's probably industrial quality. I bet you could cook anything with this. Anyway, let's have a look inside. Damn, I knew it. It's locked. All we got here is a pot and a frying pan. Oh, and a pressure cooker. Well, I guess we could use some of those as weapons. What kind of an idiot are you? You're gonna run around holding that thing while you're looking for the dead? Man, it was just a joke. Why so serious? There's some bottles of seasoning in here. This is the door we came in through. It's not locked, so we could go back out, but what's the point, right? All that's out there is an iron gate and a dead-end hallway. Yep. Might as well be locked for all the good going up back out there'll do. This room confuses me. I found nothing so far. Wow, this pot looks like it's made out of silver. I bet drinking tea from this pot would be really yummy. Spending a day off with June, drinking tea. Could such a day ever happen for me?
Jumpy?
Oh, nothing. We don't really need hot water, so we should be moving on. It's a note. Got a bunch of stuff written on it, but it doesn't look like a code or anything like that. Can I read it? Looks like a bunch of instructions for using the cooking utensils. Nothing really suspicious about that.
So much stuff in here. A whole lot of cans.
This is probably a pantry. There are cans lining every shelf in here. Wooden box on the second row, though. Oh, a rusty knife? I don't think we'll be able to use it while it's like this. The knife seemed important, Junpei thought, but it wasn't going to be much use the way it was.
It's futile.
Futile?
You know, a waste. Useless. Pointless.
Oh. Any particular reason you wanted to bring that up?
Oh, no reason, really. I was just thinking about futility.
She wasn't making much sense.
Junpei tried rephrasing his question.
Why were you thinking about futility? At last, she answered.
Well, it has something to do with the Titanic.
The Titanic?
Yep. Have you ever heard the story that the sinking of the Titanic was predicted?
Chat, have you heard the story that the sinking of the Titanic was predicted? I'm gonna say we haven't so we can get as much batshit information out of her as possible, actually. No, I haven't. What is it?
In 1892, 14 years before the Titanic sank, a novel was published. It was called Futility. It was written by an American novelist named Morgan Robertson. The story was about a big cruise ship colliding with an iceberg and sinking. Of course, if that was the only similarity, there wouldn't be any reason to mention it. It wasn't, though. The name of the ship, its nationality, course, departure time, size, displacement, maximum speed, number of passengers and crew, the number of lifeboats, even the location of the accident itself, and the cause, and the location of the damage. Everything matches the Titanic almost exactly.
This is a real book that exists, by the way.
It was almost as if he'd seen the whole thing happen. But this book was written 14 years before the Titanic sank. But that's not all. It wasn't just futility that predicted the sinking of the Titanic. There were two other similar stories written by a man named William Thomas Stead. Both of them before the accident. One in 1886 and one in 1892. Stead wrote two stories that had striking similarities to the Titanic disaster. In one, two ships collided, and many of the passengers died because there weren't enough lifeboats. In the other, a ship collided with an iceberg and sank.
I don't know, I mean, I'll give you that it seems a little weird, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't too uncommon for ships to hit icebergs back in the day, or even other ships.
Right. I knew you'd say that. But what if Stead had some sort of special powers? To be more specific, what if he had the ability to do automatic writing?
What? Automatic writing? Wait, are you talking about that thing where someone says they're possessed by a spirit? And then they write a bunch of stuff without knowing what they're writing?
Yes.
What do you mean, yes? That stuff's a load of bull. Okay, so let's say, hypothetically, that automatic writing isn't a total load. These guys still couldn't have predicted the sinking of the Titanic. When the Stead dude wrote this thing, nobody had died on the Titanic yet. So if automatic writing is about being possessed by spirits of dead people, who the hell possessed him so he could write that stuff?
That's not it.
What's not it?
Stead wasn't possessed by a spirit. He was doing the possessing.
What are you smoking?
William Thomas Stead was a passenger on the Titanic. He just wrote down what he saw with his own eyes, 20 years before it happened. He decided it was probably best to say nothing. What June was saying was insane and utterly absurd. If he tried to take what she was saying seriously, he'd go mad. Junpei smiled uncomfortably.
Well, why don't we talk about this some other time, okay?
Huh?
But... Her voice trailed off, and she glanced at the floor, troubled. Junpei tapped June gently on the shoulder and awkwardly reached around her to pick up the knife from the box.
We're really in trouble. I know I'm just repeating myself, but this is really a futility moment. That blade is so rusty. Yeah, I know. We can't cut a damn thing with a knife like this. If we're gonna cut anything, we probably have to sharpen the knife. Hey! There's something behind the cheese. You're right. Why don't we move some of the cheese? Right, guys, time to move it. June and I need to look behind you. There's a little green bottle back there. June turns to Junpei. Did you know that COVID-19 isn't real? They made it up to keep us under control. Bottle of oil. Oh, look, cooking oil. You could probably use this to make something slippery. I wouldn't recommend it. Like, it'll work in a pinch, but like, there's definitely better things out there. There are a number of cheeses lined up on the shelf. This is Gouda cheese, the most famous Dutch cheese. If you don't cut open the casing, it usually won't go bad. So you can store it at room temperature for quite a while. So we can eat this? Most likely. I'm not hungry at all. I guess it's hard to get hungry in a situation like this. There's milk in here. Milk in an iron barrel. Judging by the rust, it's probably really old. Maybe we shouldn't open it up. I don't think it'd be a pretty sight. Alright, it's going... Do you think this was all part of Zero's plan?
Probably. Kinda hard to believe there's a chef on board somewhere.
It's a grill. There are some coals down here. They're bright red. A grill ready to grill. It looks like the area under the plate opens up. No, you can't. I already checked. It's sealed shut. I think that's where the coal goes. Okay. Came in through. It's not locked, but it'd be pointless to go back out. Missing something somewhere. Have we seen this angle at all? How have I missed this angle every time? What? Yeah, hold on, we've never looked this way. The morphogenic field stops it from going bad. Oh, a countertop. There's a rolling pin and a colander here. Nothing useful. A sink. It's still got water in it. There are a couple of plates in there, but I don't think they're gonna help us much. Whetstone. Oh! Maybe I'll use the whetstone to sharpen the knife. The blade of the knife is getting sharper by the second. I should be able to cut something pretty good with this. So, I guess you managed to sharpen the knife, Junpei? Oh, you're gonna stab with that. Oh, one! You could probably cut something soft with that. Something soft. Jun! Oh, that's the grill. Okay. A rolling pin and a colander. Nothing useful. A trash can. There's nothing inside of it. Well, better than being full of rotten food, I suppose. Damn it, there's nothing in here. Hey, Santa, digging through the trash really suits you.
What the hell did you say? Listen, lady, I did you a favor. I knew you'd just piss and moan, so I did it for you.
Oh my. I don't recall asking you to do anything.
Ugh. I ought to throttle you.
Excuse me. Does it feel colder in here? It's a tank with a pipe coming out of it. Nothing really that special about it. I can't find anything to make slippery or to stab. I might be dumb. Looks like there's a door here. But I can't... I can't!
There's an iron plate over the door. There's no way it'll open. There's an iron plate over the exit. I don't think we can open it while it's like that. Maybe they'll tell me something if I investigate the oil. The bottle's old, but we might be able to use the oil inside for something. Maybe we could put it on the old hag's face. Might help moisturize a little. Get rid of some of those wrinkles.
How about we put it on your face and then light it on fire?
A bottle of oil for cooking. We'll use it to make stuff slippery too, though. What are we making slippery?
It's only a partition. There's nothing else worth noting here.
Frying pan and 2 kinds of pots. There's some bottles of seasoning in here.
There's a pot on top of the stove. If there are some ingredients around here, I could cook something up for us.
Lotus, you can actually cook?
Can you cut the cheese? Ooh, can I cut the cheese? Who the hell do you think I am? You better believe I know how to boil hot water and put in my instant noodles. And I can boil eggs too.
Wait, what is this door? This bolt is rusted in place. It won't budge. Of course! Maybe if I put some oil on it. What the hell is this door? Hey! Just a little bit of oil and... Come on, you little son of a bitch! Whoa!
Yes, got you, you little bastard. You did it, Jumpy! You're so smart.
Damn, she even came out of the cheese room for this. You never clicked it? I guess. The angle everything was at was confusing the hell out of me, actually. As Junpei walked into the room, a blast of cold air washed over him. Almost instinctively, he folded his arms tight across his chest, doing what he could to conserve body heat. It's cold in here. What is this place? Are you blind? It's a freezer. Santa's teeth had already begun to chatter. Hardly surprising. The freezer was far too cold for someone dressed as he was. Lotus, however, was in an even worse situation.
Oh, no way. That's way too cold for me.
I'll freeze solid in seconds. Sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to pass on this one. I'm going to leave the rest to you. And with that, she ran out of the room. As Lotus left, June came in.
Whoa, it's really cold in here.
White puffs of steam hovered in front of their faces as they talked. June had already started to shiver. Hey, you don't need to be in here. You had a fever just a little bit ago. You should stay outside. We got this.
No, I'm fine. My fever's gone now.
But... Junpei had scarcely opened his mouth when the thunderous sound of metal upon metal rang out from behind them. In unison, they spun around to find that the door they had only recently come through was closed. Junpei rushed to the door. Desperately, he grabbed hold of the doorknob. Ow! It was cold, beyond cold. Merely touching it was painful. The doorknob had been frozen solid. They quickly deduced that the pipe next to the door had ruptured. Water released by the rupture had hit the door and frozen instantly. Santa shoved Junpei aside and pounded against the door.
Hey, Lotus! You're out there, right? Open the door!
She wasted no time in responding. What do you want? What's going on?
The door won't open. Try opening it from that side. Please.
Fine. If you say so. Hold on. Soon, they could hear Lotus on the other side of the door. And the grunting ceased, and they could hear light panting, as if from exertion. It's no use. It won't budge. You've got more people in there. You figure it out.
God damn it.
Santa was shaking like a newborn deer. June was hugging herself and was shivering violently. Even Junpei, with the heaviest clothing of any of them, was clearly feeling the cold. With every breath they took, they could feel the cold working its way deeper and deeper into their bodies. Anyway, let's find a way out. If we don't get moving, we're going to be permanent residents.
Two heads are better than none. I'm sure we'll figure something out.
Yeah, you're right. Let's just take a good look around this room, okay? Right.
They pushed in close to one another and began to search.
Hey guys, take a look at this! Ta-da! The knife!
Well, I guess the cold finally got to him. Jumpy, you're scaring me.
Start a rope.
It's a rope. Well, we could use it to attach something to something else, I suppose.
A water bottle?
Yes, it is.
There isn't anything else here that looks useful.
Dry ice?
Can't you make that stuff cause an explosion if you seal it in something that's airtight? Explode?
Yeah, didn't you do that in school? You should never underestimate the power of expanding gas.
I mean, it looks like it's a solid block of dry ice, but I guess I could put it in the airtight water bottle? No. That was stupid of me. I'm sorry, Junpei.
Junpei picked up the dry ice with his sleeves so as to avoid burning himself. Dry ice is just frozen carbon dioxide, right?
Yeah, it is.
I wonder how warm it has to get for it to turn back into gas again.
Hell if I know. How's that gonna help us anyway?
Oh well, I figured we might be able to use it to get out of here.
They were about to move on when Jun spoke up.
Carbon dioxide's sublimation point is negative 109 degrees. Any warmer than that and it'll turn into gas. Any lower and it becomes a solid.
Junpei looked at her, dumbfounded. How do you know that?
Despite my looks, I'm the the queen of random knowledge.
Looks bad to mess up when you're showing off. Oh, you're so cold your mouth's going numb.
Yarf.
Fart fart. You're just doing that on purpose, aren't you?
June giggled and did her best to hide her guilt. At least she was still feeling good enough to joke around, Junpei told himself.
Come on, guys, don't you think that's kind of weird? I wonder why it doesn't turn into a liquid first.
Santa was now shivering at an astounding rate, but his curiosity seemed unaffected. Junpei, however, was not in a mood to discuss science.
Okay, chat. He wants out of the freezer now? Or it did strike Junpei as rather odd. How are we feeling? Do we want to know about carbon dioxide and its freezing and sublimation point? Do we want to hear more crap from June? Odd time? Yeah, pretty much everyone's saying odd. It did strike Junpei as rather odd. It did seem rather odd to Junpei, and he couldn't help but think about it. Can you die in the freezer? June answered.
But it can turn into a liquid. Carbon dioxide turns to liquid if you put it under high enough pressure. But at 1 atmosphere, normal air pressure,
it won't turn into a liquid, right?
That's right. Instead of melting, it'll do what's called sublimating, and change immediately from a solid state to a gaseous one.
See, that is weird. Water's a liquid between 32 degrees and 212 degrees. So why isn't that the case for carbon dioxide?
June replied with an answer that stunned both of them. There's a kind of ice that doesn't turn into liquid when it goes above 32 degrees. I heard about it. Its melting point is 96 degrees.
Ice with a melting point of 96 degrees?
You mean there's water that freezes at 96 degrees?
Yeah. Well, you could also look at it as ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees.
Water that freezes at 96 degrees? Ice that won't melt until it's 96 degrees? Junpei was cold as hell, but this was too interesting to ignore. He did his best to warm up by rubbing his arms and stamping his feet, then put the question to June. So, what's this ice with a melting point of 96 degrees called?
I heard it's called Ice 9.
Ice 9?
Originally, Ice 9 was a made-up substance invented by a science fiction author. But recently, scientists have discovered that such a substance actually exists.
Wait, hold up. So is this thing called Ice 9? Or is it water?
Like I said, if the ice is over 96 degrees, it'll be liquid. If it's under that, it'll solidify. So you could think of it as a polymorph of H2O. Here, think of it like diamonds and graphite. They're both made of carbon, right? But depending on the structure of the crystallization, the hardness and structure are completely different.
So you're saying normal water and this Ice 9 are like that?
Yep.
She wasn't finished.
Have you heard the story about the crystallization of glycerin?
I think more people should just completely segue away from conversations with that question. Have you heard the story about the crystallization of glycerin?
For 150 years after the discovery of glycerin, people cooled it, warmed it, and did all sorts of things to it. But whatever they did, it never crystallized. However, one day in 1920, some glycerin that was en route to England by ship was discovered to have crystallized during the trip. Naturally, scientists worldwide wanted to research this new, crystallized form of glycerin, and began asking for samples of the seed. A seed is, of course, a sample of the original crystallized substance. With a seed crystal, further crystallization of glycerin would be a simple matter. However, something very strange happened. Not only did the glycerin encouraged by seed crystals begin to crystallize, nearby samples did as well. It didn't end there. After that day, all glycerin in the world began to crystallize naturally when cooled to less than 64 degrees. Before that day, no matter how glycerin was cooled, it refused to crystallize. But once the crystallization had begun, it was almost like, how do I put it? It was almost like all the glycerin in the world was communicating. Communicating in some way that we can't sense. Junpei.
How are we feeling? Was Junpei impressed or was he annoyed? Remember, this is his love interest. All this science is real? Oh, yeah, trust me. Junpei's impressed? Yeah, okay. Was honestly impressed. It was, in fact, a pretty interesting story. Wow, that's pretty interesting. But, what does that have to do with Ice 9? To his surprise, it was Santa and not June who answered. What she's saying is that it's a lot like Ice 9. What happened, I mean? A lot like... That would be bad. If water everywhere started freezing at 96 degrees, man, it'd be the end of the world. Junpei felt that Santa might not be treating the idea of the end of the world with a proper concern. At any rate, we're not going to have to worry about the end of the world unless we can get out of here pretty damn quick. He was right. Junpei shivered. Alright guys, I think that's enough of that. I didn't think we'd get quite this far off topic. I mean, I know I'm kind of at fault here, but we can't be screwing around anymore. Seriously. I might go by the name Santa right now, but I didn't grow up in Iceland. I freaking hate the cold. So let's get cracking, alright? We gotta find a way out of here. Santa stomped off, clearly doing his best to pretend the cold wasn't affecting him. Selfish, isn't he? Thought Junpei to himself. Still, Santa was right, and it was high time they got back to their search. The story of Ice 9 had him interested, but there'd be time to think about that once they'd gone out of the freezer. Junpei looked at June, nodded, and resumed his search of the room. So what is Cat's Cradle? Is that where Ice 9 comes from? I'm not familiar with it at all. Right, there was more crap in here. I almost didn't get my frozen chicken! Doesn't look like a chicken so much as it looks like an organ, but okay.
It's really hard. It's frozen stiff.
Hey June, can you say that again?
Eh?
Say it again.
It's really hard.
Again.
It's really hard.
Thanks. Something wrong, Junpei? Your face is bright red.
Nothing.
I'm fine.
If it's that hard, you can probably use it as a hammer. Yeah, good point. Maybe we can use it to break something. Can I break up this into little pieces? Hey, I can! Alright, the dry ice is all in pieces now. And I can put this in the bottle. Yes? I'm gonna put these pieces of dry ice into the water bottle. I mean, just keep going. Can I combine it with the rope? Let's just tie a rope. Wait, actually? Why? Water bottle bomb? Junpei, what have you made? I was taking the piss. Why didn't you slam it on the floor to begin with? Don't worry about that. Yeah, this thing's frozen solid. This pork? Yeah, seems like it. What's this thing? It looked like a tag or something. Whoa, look at that high-res pork. Look at those pixels. Jumpy, is there a slip of paper in that, mate? I think there's something written on here, but I can't read it like this. If we try and pull it out, it'll probably rip. You need to defrost that. Don't think we're gonna have to be doing that in this room. Okay. Warm water dripped from the ruptured pipe near the door. I didn't even investigate the door itself. I just started looking around like a moron. Junpei pulled out the water bottle filled with dry ice, let a good amount of water fall in, and then quickly sealed it up tight. The makeshift bomb complete, he tied it to the doorknob as quickly as he could manage in the cold. I don't know where all of this came from, but he's just doing it. He's just doing it. Yeah, to be fair, the elevator conversation was way worse than that. Alright, that's it. So, what do we do now? We just need to give it a little, tap. The bottle's already about to pop. If we just throw a rock or something at it, it'll go off all on its own. A small rock, a small rock. Junpei looked down at the floor. Scattered across it were pieces of dry ice left over from the larger chunk he'd crushed earlier. Alright, this ought to do the trick. He pulled his sleeve down over his hand to keep from getting burned, and grabbed the chunk of dry ice. It was a pretty good size. About as big as a pool ball. He figured it would be just about the right size. Alright guys, stand back. Actually, we should probably hide somewhere. Both Santa and June looked at him with new concern. Where exactly do you expect us to hide, genius? There isn't really anywhere big enough. Yeah, there is! Look! Right here! We can hide in there! Junpei pulled open the door to the small cellar. Come on! Get inside, quick! Santa and June nodded and jumped down into the hole. Junpei quickly followed. In his hand, he could feel the chill of the frozen carbon dioxide, even through his sleeve. He tightened his grip, took aim, and prepared to throw. Alright, here it goes. 3, 4, 5. You're counting the wrong way! Oops. That is a really sad excuse for a joke, man. So sorry, dude. Alright, for real this time. You guys ready? Yes. Whenever you're ready. Just throw the damn thing! Alright, here I go. 3, 2, 1. Junpei threw the chunk of dry ice as hard as he could. With the same motion, he ducked down into the cellar with Santa and June, just as... Is that really the easiest way to open that door? Junpei leapt up out of the cellar and ran to the door. Jumpy! The ice on the door, is it gone? Yeah, it's gone. The blast must have shattered it. Yeah, alright, let's see if it opens. Junpei grabbed the knob and pushed with all his might. The door gave way easily, and all three of them tumbled out of the freezer at once. Hooray! We're out! June, relieved, collapsed onto the floor. Move! Santa shoved past Junpei and ran straight to the grill, which he immediately grabbed. Ah! God damn it! Hot, 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 hot! Fuck! He proceeded to kick the grill in a futile but amusing fit of rage. But where was Lotus?
It took Junpei only a moment to find her. She was sitting on the counter, idly scratching her chest. Welcome back. I was starting to get tired of waiting for you guys. With a great yawn, Lotus lowered herself off of the counter. Junpei clenched his teeth and walked towards her. What were you doing? What do you mean, what was I doing? I was waiting. We were gonna die! Oh yeah? But you didn't, so everything worked out alright, didn't it? What the hell? Just kidding. It might not look like it, but I was really worried. Don't give me that crap! I'm telling the truth. I mean, if you died, then I'd be in trouble too. If you died, then I'd be stuck here, and I'd die too. See? I did all I could. I even looked around to see if there was anything I could use to pry open the door. But I couldn't find anything. So all I could do was wait. I mean, what else did you want me to do? Call the cops? It was true that there wasn't much she could have done, but something about her tone. Junpei gritted his teeth. Fine. But there's one thing I have to ask you. What's that? You didn't close the door, did you? What? You think I closed the door on you? Why would I do something like that? It closed on its own. I told you before, if you die, then I die too. She was right, and Junpei knew it. Without them, she'd be in very serious trouble. It seemed that an accident was the only explanation for the door's closure. If Lotus had really wanted to kill them, all she would have had to do was bar the door from the outside. And she hadn't. Well, she hadn't done anything. The most she was guilty of was laziness or negligence, not attempted murder. Junpei swallowed his anger and did his best to apologize. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I doubted you. Oh, yes, well, that's all right, as long as you understand. Lotus looked away and twirled her hair between her fingertips. His vengeance against the grill complete, Santa swaggered back toward Junpei and Lotus. Hey, no more screwing around, you two. Break time's over. Especially for you, lady. You've just been sitting on that fat ass of yours while we were freezing to death. How rude. I was plenty busy. Yeah, how about you put all that energy into something besides bitching? Let's go. Okay, well, where's the spicy grill? Guess I'll put this meat on the grill. Hey, what are you doing? What are you gonna do if the paper burns? Ah, come on, it'll be fine. I mean, it's not like it's gonna burn right away, right? We just gotta keep an eye on it and the paper will be fine. Oh, they can argue all they want. I'm gonna keep an eye on this pork. Ah, cool. Looks like it's about time. I'm gonna try taking the paper out. Junpei, be careful. Sweet of her to care, but I know what I'm... Ow! See? I told you. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and take the paper out. It's not coming out. This thing's frozen stiff. I can't get it out. So are we gonna have to cut the meat? Yeah, it looks that way. Alright, now that I've sharpened the knife... Yes, I cut the pork! Awesome, Junpei. Now we can cut out the paper. C plus 10 plus F. Oh my god, okay, so that's 16 plus 15 plus 12. 16 plus 15 plus 12. But it's actually 12 plus 16 plus 15. Okay, I'll write that down. What if I didn't know about number bases? 3 plus 10 plus 6? I guess it could be that too. That feels not how this game functions. C plus 10 plus F. Do you think it's some kind of code? Ah, damn it, they're just screwing around. Junpei, do you know what C and F stand for? You think maybe it means corporate finance? I thought it was clever and funny. Man, this pork smells good. This is probably what you're supposed to do, use to enter the password. If we put in the right number, it'll open the oven door. Junpei, maybe the note you found earlier...
Yeah, I know. Do you know how to enter those numbers? I think E is for enter and C is for clearing. So basically when I'm ready to submit my answer, I press E. So if I screw up, I just press C, right? Lotus nodded. Alright, let's give it a shot. How many digits does it want, though? Three? Huh? Okay, well... Now I'm very confused. What if it is just... No, it's 3 digits. What does it want from me? So if I add them together, I get 28, 33, 43. What can I do with 43? You know, yeah, I mean, I guess adding them together would give me 43, but that just seems like nonsense. Oh, okay. Sounds like metal is falling. Well, I guess that went well. Yeah! The door opened. Good job, Jumpy. This looks like a lowercase h, but the line next to it is throwing me off. This is the symbol for Saturn. Remember, there was an elevator next to the main staircase. Wasn't there a mark like this on the card reader next to it? Oh yeah, I remember that. I guess that means that card ain't gonna help us get out of this room then. I'm not sure. Why don't we try it out? Yes! I think it's unlocked now. You did it, Jumpy! Let's get out of here. Yes! Let's go! You found it! I live for seeing people say you found it. What the hell is this website? I'll trust you that it's not... Okay, if there's no spoilers on it, I'm gonna leave it open for now and I'll get to it later. We stepped out of the kitchen and into a hallway that looked rather familiar. A metal grate stretched from wall to wall. Beyond it were 2 elevators and the entrance to the kitchen. They had entered the kitchen from one door and come out the other. That meant their map of the ship's interior was accurate. They laid the map out in front of them and began to discuss their next step. There were 4 possible routes. A, B, C, and D. First, A and B. A and B both seemed to connect to an L-shaped room. However, the 2 doors that led to the room were both locked and could not be opened. Next was route C. This goes all the way to the main staircase. That means it's door 5, one of the numbered doors. Then do you think we would meet up with the other 4 after this hallway? No, I don't think we will. Why not? Look. There, by the stairs. See how the gate is opened? When we went into the kitchen, it was closed. But it's open now. What do you think that means? They opened it? Most likely. Then if we take route C, we're going backwards. What's the past 10 minutes? Have we had any more conspiracy theories? Were you there for the freezer? Were you there for Glycerin talking to each other? Worldwide? Okay, then no, there's been nothing since that, thankfully. That'd be pointless. Then that means... all 4 looked at the map. They all looked at the staircase, its lazy curve leading down, deeper into the ship. Route D then. D it is. Yep, Route D. Then we're set. They jogged down the stairs until they reached the sea deck. Just to be sure, they kept going to check the deck beneath.
Yeah, just like I thought. Deck D is totally underwater.
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
The water gazed back at them, its smooth surface like a great mirror. As ominous as it was, Junpei took at least some comfort from the fact that the level hadn't gone up much since the last time he'd seen it. They turned back to C deck. It didn't take them long to find the two elevators in front of the stairs. They looked identical to the elevators on the top floor, with one exception. These elevators had a card reader on the wall between them. On the card reader was a strange mark. Hey look, it's Lotus's symbol!
Huh?
See, it's the woman's symbol with a thorn on it. That seems like... Ow, ow, ow. Lotus had taken hold of Junpei's hair. She began to shake him violently until he thought he heard a low growl coming from her throat. Such violence. Junpei began to wonder if she was not the devil itself. With an uncomfortable smile, June spoke up.
This is a Mercury symbol. The thorn symbolizes the wings on Hermes' staff.
Hermes, herpes, whatever. If we can't get this thing to work, these elevators aren't going anywhere.
In other words, we need a key card with the Mercury symbol on it.
Probably.
They gave up on the elevator and returned to the stairs. A hallway stretched out to the left. A great many doors lined both sides of the hallway. They weren't sure how many, but certainly enough to be discouraging.
Damn it! If we try and search all these, the sun's gonna go down before we've done half of them.
I think the sun already set.
I have a feeling this ship is the only thing that's going to be going down anytime soon.
That's even worse!
Well, we can come back to this hallway later. Let's check the hallway on the other side, shall we?
Frustration and fear building, they walked back to the stairs. To their right was a small hallway. Quickly, they headed into it. It was approximately the same size as the alcove in front of the stairs. The hallway led toward the stern, and at its end was a set of double doors.
Let's open it.
Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move. It was unlocked. Thrilled to have found an unlocked door, he threw it open. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. He simply stood, unable to speak. The others simply stared, open-mouthed. After a few long moments, Santa managed to speak.
What the hell is this?
A massive room stretched out in front of them, more a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on the four companions. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses.
Is this a hospital?
He had at last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room. The room swam with the harsh, biting smell of antiseptic. At the centre of the room were shelves stacked with medicine, and a number of medical devices, the function of which Junpei did not know. More importantly, however, on the back wall of the room were 4 doors. 3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint. The door on the left was labelled 3. The second door from the left had no number, but the third had been given a 7. And the rightmost door had an 8. There could be no doubt, they were numbered doors. It did strike Junpei as strange, however, that the door between 3 and 7 should be blank. What, he wondered, could it mean? Let's take a look at the doors.
Yes, that sounds like a good plan.
Junpei headed toward the doors, weaving his way between the beds. He started with door 3 on the left and moved to the right until he reached door 8. We back, remember this? Yeah, you see, you remember this. It makes sense because we went through the same doors, you know. Of course we'd end up at the same place. Also, shout out to Robot Dog.
It's no use.
Well, of course. If it was that easy to open these doors, what would be the point of the nunnery game? We have to activate the red, or the numbered doors won't. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Look, the display on the red. There's nothing on it.
Huh?
Don't you remember? The red at the central staircase. If no one was inside, it said vacant.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
But this one... there's nothing on it, right?
I wonder if it's broken.
Only one way to find out. It didn't respond. All four took turns placing their hands over the red, but it refused to respond. They pulled at the lever, and still it did nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red for door 8 that was behaving strangely. The red on door 7 also refused to respond. And door 3 was similarly silent. None of them would respond. What did it mean?
I knew it. They're broken. Zero sure sucks at maintenance.
No, that's impossible. You really think Zero, who prepared all of this, would make such a stupid, simple mistake?
Maybe, but that doesn't explain why this thing ain't working.
It was at that moment that they heard a voice from behind them.
I believe the bottom of the device has been removed.
They spun around to see.
Snake?
But it was more than just Snake. Ace, Clover, and Seven quickly filed into the room as well. Although they were glad to see one another, it wasn't terribly surprising that they had. If it had been the other party who'd opened the gate in front of the kitchen, it wasn't unreasonable that they'd bump into one another eventually. The rest of Snake's team, however, did look rather surprised.
How?
How did you guys?
How did you end up here?
After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they'd been through, and how they'd ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but that hardly mattered. And I think... I'm wrong though. They were happy to simply see one another again. Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of smile. Almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the 9th man. No, thought Junpei. Perhaps that wasn't it. Really not. Weird. Perhaps thoughts of his deaths were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no. The 9th man had died, but they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought. The joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the 9th man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive.
There you have it. Our half of the story.
His part finished, Ace fell silent. For a moment, Junpei was silent in thought. Then he spoke. Okay, let me see if I've got all this straight. When you guys got here, the bases for the Reds were already gone. And you looked all over this room, but you couldn't find anything. So you figured... that there might be something in the hallway with all the doors. So you went and had a look.
Yeah.
And while you were looking around, you heard voices? Uh-huh. So you followed the voices and came back here? Indeed. And that was how we found you. Junpei examined the 3 Reds again, just in case. On the bottom of each was a long, thin gap. It looked like a slot for something, probably something electronic. Well, this isn't good. If the red is inactive, we can't keep going. Well, what about that hallway over there? Isn't there anywhere else we can go?
No, there isn't. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but nothing else.
Hospital rooms? That's what's behind all these doors?
Yes. There are a number of individual rooms in addition to this large one.
There was a door at the end of the hallway, but it was locked.
There was an astrological symbol engraved near the keyhole, however. I was able to get a good, feel of it. I believe it was the symbol of Jupiter.
Not again. Those goddamn things are everywhere.
I wonder what they all mean. For a moment, everyone was silent, deep in thought. While we're asking what things mean, what's the deal with this room? I mean, I thought this was a cruise ship. I can't imagine a cruise ship would have a hospital like this. Of all people, it was Seven who answered, and with calm confidence.
Well, I figure it's probably a hospital ship. Chances are it's the Gigantic.
The Gigantic? Junpei looked confused. So did everyone else. What is this gigantic? Seven knit his brows for a moment, then began to explain.
The gigantic.
Is this the same as last time? It might be. It's not, though. He explained that she had been a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century. The Titanic had two sister ships, who were identical to one another in nearly every aspect. The Gigantic was said to be one of them. She was initially intended to be a passenger liner, like the Titanic, but soon after the ship was launched, the First World War began, and she was pressed into duty by the British Navy as a hospital ship. Sometime later, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She managed to run aground after the incident, and consequently was not sunk. What then happened to the Gigantic after her fateful encounter in the Aegean Sea? One theory ran that a man named Lord Gardane purchased her. Lord Gardane, it seemed, had been one of the few survivors of the Titanic tragedy, and that trauma had turned him into an obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. As his obsession deepened, he began to desire the Titanic itself. That, of course, was impossible. The Titanic lay at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The Gigantic, however, had not suffered such a dire fate, and as she was identical to her sister ship, she caught Lord Gardane's eye. So you're saying this Lord Gardane bought this ship?
Yeah, at least I think I am.
That's impossible. No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old. Pipe down, just pay attention. What, that's it? Well, have you got any proof?
Proof?
Proof that this ship is really the Gigantic?
Well, this ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and a hospital ship. So I just figured...
Oh, for goodness. Don't tell me that's your only reason.
No, I got more.
Like?
Well, I mean...
Seven looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed and shook her head. I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Hey, wait a minute. Memory isn't back? Junpei was, he felt, legitimately shocked by what seemed to be new and very important information. But is it new information? Apparently it is. Everyone else, however, seemed unimpressed. In fact, they all looked at Junpei as though he had said something very strange. He decided to revise his attitude for the next question. Wait, was I the only one that didn't know? Everyone nodded. Why?
Oh, yeah, I guess I didn't tell you, huh? I told the rest of them before we ran into you on the stairs. I told them I couldn't remember a damn thing from before I woke up.
What? And almost as if to save Junpei from further embarrassment. A bell began to ring from far away. It sounded as though it was the clock at the main stairway. Junpei counted each chime carefully. 10, 11, 12. It's midnight. Then we still got 6 hours left, right?
We don't have any time to screw around. Let's get going. We gotta find the missing parts for the Reds.
What do you mean, find? How on earth do you propose we do that?
We looked everywhere in this room. That only leaves one place to look.
One?
Well, I guess that's not really right.
Wait. Don't tell me you mean we need to search all of the other rooms.
Don't freak out. We already searched 4 of them.
4 rooms.
We just have to split up the rest between the 8 of us. If each person does 6 rooms, that'll be 48 rooms, right?
So there are 48 rooms left? Her earlier experiences had apparently not encouraged Lotus to trust Seven. Seven scratched his head awkwardly.
I don't know.
After a little more discussion, they split up and headed toward the rooms to begin searching them. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft. They also determined when they would return to report their findings, the next time the clock sounded the time. When it did, they would meet back in the large central room full of beds. If, during their search, any one of them were to locate the missing components, they were to yell for the others. If this strategy failed, they'd return to discuss their options later. The details decided, they left to begin searching. Out into the hallway they went,
each to the rooms they'd been assigned. However, from far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. It did so only once. It was 1 a.m. He jogged to the entrance of the large hospital room to find 6 of the others already there. Ace, Santa, Clover, June, Seven, and Lotus. And I think this must be the same, right? Yep. Okay, they've all gathered in front of the door. The reds are fixed. Everyone's confused as to why. Nobody knows who did it. No one admitted to it, no one called for help, no one did anything. They were fixed as soon as Lotus showed up. She doesn't understand why. And also Snake has gone missing, and nobody knows where he is. Now they need to decide on someone to sacrifice, because the people that are left can't possibly go through the doors that remain. We already, despite the fact these aren't grayed out, we actually already did all of these last time. So I'm just gonna end this searching sequence. Let's go back to the large hospital room. Huh? Why would it go back? Well, I mean, we might have just missed him, you know? Maybe he really was just late. So we all go back out to look for Snake, who has gone missing, because Clover's not having a good time. But we realize that even with all of us, we can't possibly go through the doors. There's no combination that will work. On their way to the large hospital room, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing next to the number 3 door. Junpei paused. What should Junpei do? Let's ignore that guy. Hydrate and a stretch. I have to tell the truth, I'm trying to... Okay. You'll see. So as I've said before, I'll get there. Oh, you can skip text you've seen in previous playthroughs. So that's why I was able to skip all of that. That was all exactly identical to what happened last time. Nothing was different. Oh, and the stretch as well. Junpei turned around and walked away from Santa. There was nothing he'd learned from talking to him anyway. Junpei took June and left the large hospital room. Where would they go next? No, they're done, I think. They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found. Lotus looked around at 6 frustrated faces and spoke. We can't keep looking for Snake. Wherever he is, it's not here. We give up looking for Snake, we have to keep moving, and they theorize maybe he went behind one of the doors, Clover, so we should go. Lotus points out that we need to leave behind, we need to leave people behind. Junpei's not sure though, because he's stupid like that. Junpei wasn't quite sure that was true. Wait a minute. 2 people get left behind if we split into 5 and 2, and 1 person is left behind if we split into 3, 3, and 1. I got that part. You can't go through the numbered doors with any less than 3 people. But if we split into 4 and 3, why do 3 people have to be left behind? Just run the numbers. Let's say we go through door 7 with 1, 4, 5, and 6. Who's left over? That would be 3, 7, 8. What's the digital root for that? Plus 7 plus 8 equals 18, so add 1 and 8. 9. Exactly. But door 9 isn't here, right? That means 3, 7, 8 won't be going anywhere. That was just an example, of course. There are a lot of different combinations, but the result will always be the same. Doesn't matter which 4 it is. The 3 that are left over can't go through any of the doors. Go ahead and calculate it if you have the time. You'll see. Anyway, that's how it is. Now, if we can get back to my proposal, we only have to sacrifice 1 person if we split into 3, 3, and 1. Seven spoke, his voice was strained, but we've heard it before. So we have to leave someone behind. Nobody wants to stay behind. We're all very confused. How are we going to vote for it? How are we going to do that? They realize that they have to agree to leave someone behind. So they at least agree on that, but who are they going to keep behind? And then Ace is like, oh, I'll stay behind. Don't worry. Don't worry about me. I'm going to be okay. I trust that y'all come back and rescue me once you get off the ship. Then he goes for a lie down on the floor. We have a little bit more of a discussion about things and which room we should go through. June wants to convince Junpei to take Ace, but it turns out that Ace has actually injected himself with a medication he found called Soparil, which has knocked him right the hell out. So therefore he can't go through the doors, and we are forced to leave him behind. So now we have to choose which door we go through. Lotus wants to go through door 8. 7 wants to go through door 7. Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei. Junpei, which door do you want? At last. Junpei's mind was already made up. I am going to leave this as a poll. The choices are 3 and 7. Door 7 leaves nobody behind. Door 3 sacrifices either Santa or Lotus and Clover. I'm going to make this poll. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom. Because this is what I've been gunning for. So you have 3 minutes for this one. Discuss and enjoy. I'll be back. Chat, why are you doing this to me again? Always with the ties. It's just 7 going through door 7, but in order to even it out, if Junpei goes through there, we need to take Clover. In fact, we go with Clover, if it's 7 or 8. The other thing, of course, that we know... Where's Lottie PNG? Where's she at? The other thing, of course, that we know is that, just check a Canipedia. Is it just like random crap? Okay. Looks like door 3 is gonna be the win. The other thing, of course, that we know about door 3. This is... Why? 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 Who did that? Why? Why? Why though? Ah. How could you? How could you? You know what? What were we saying about door 3 again? I was saying that's where, we know from the previous playthrough, that's where Snake went. I guess I'm flipping a coin. Heads is door 3, tails is door 7. It's heads. I want to go through door number 3. Now, you might be wondering how on earth Junpei is going to convince them to leave people behind when they've just learned that they don't have to.
No, you can't.
Huh? Why?
Because it's impossible. If we split ourselves into 3 and 3, then we give up on going through door 3.
Why?
The bracelet numbers for the 6 of us are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 2 combinations that can go through door 3 with 3 people. 3, 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8. That's it. Of course, 2 teams can't go through the same door.
I see. That means one team will get left behind.
That's right.
That doesn't happen if we go through door 7 or 8.
No, they're fine. We've got 3 options.
Santa began to explain. Plan A. Go through door 7 with 3, 5, 8, and go through door 8 with 4, 6, 7. Plan B. Go through door 7 with 4, 5, 7, and go through door 8 with 3, 6, 8. Plan C. Go through door 7 with 3, 6, 7, and go through door 8 with 4, 5, 8.
Those are the only 3 options. That's it. At least if we want to get all 6 of us out of here.
That was when Junpei realized. Plan A divides into 2 teams, 3, 5, 8, and 4, 6, 7. Plan B divides into 2 teams, 4, 5, 7, and 3, 6, 8. Plan C divides into 2 teams, 3, 6, 7, and 4, 5, 8. There was one thing they all had in common. In every single combination, 5 and 6 were never on the same team. In other words, if all 6 people were to move forward, Junpei and Jun would be separated. Jun and Junpei had been friends when they were kids. He trusted her more than anyone else on the ship. If he chose 7 or 8, he'd be taken away from her. Was that something he was prepared to do?
Anyway, that's the deal, so think it over. You've got 2 choices, 7 or 8. You can't choose 3. If you choose 3, you're going to be leaving 3 people behind to die. So what are you going to do? 7 or 8, time to choose.
Junpei thought hard. After thinking it over, his conclusion was... We already voted. Take the risk and choose door 3. Sorry, Sana, but I still want to go through door 3.
What? That's nuts! You gotta be crazy! Why the hell are you so obsessed with that door?
I'm just... Junpei paused. He swallowed the words he'd been about to say. I'm just curious about door 3. That's all.
That doesn't explain shit!
I got a reason. I'd be happy to explain it to you if you'll just come with me. With that, he began walking toward the door. Their curiosity likely getting the better of them, the others followed. A few of them looked a little suspicious, but Junpei told himself that wouldn't matter. He kept walking and kept silent. Eventually, they arrived at the number 3 door. Junpei stopped. I'm curious about the red. 7, would you mind authenticating for me?
Huh? Why?
Please, just do it. He stared at Junpei for a moment, then grunted and laid his palm heavily on the scanner.
Happy?
Yeah, thanks. The number 7 had been entered into the red. Next is June. Please touch the red just like 7 did. Junpei, what are you trying to figure out? Junpei thought about his answer for a moment. I think I might have found another way out.
Huh? What?
Really? That got them excited. Just as Junpei had intended. Now please, June. Okay. 7 plus 6 equals 13. 1 plus 3 equals 4. With those 2 numbers in the red, Junpei had what he wanted. He casually placed his own hand on the scanner, and the 3rd asterisk blinked on. 4 plus 5 equals 9. Alright, the only people who haven't authenticated now are Santa, Clover, and Lotus. So, what's your point? You don't get it? Think about it. What's the sum of your number and Clover's? 12. And what's the digital root of that? 3. Which is Santa's number. By the way, Lotus, what's the number that's currently in the red? 7 plus 6 plus 5 equals 18. It would be 9, right? Yeah. And what would the digital root be if you add 3 to that? 3. The door's number... There you go.
Hey, wait a minute! What the hell are you up to?
I'm not up to anything. I'm just waiting.
Waiting for what?
I'm waiting for the balance to shift. Santa? Or Lotus and Clover? Once one of you moves, the others won't have a choice. So I'm waiting. Junpei laid his hand almost casually on the lever.
You son of a bitch! You tricked us! Then all that stuff you were going on about is all bullshit!
Bullshit? I don't think so. Didn't I tell you I'd figured out another way to get out of here? This is it.
Why the hell would you do something like this?
Junpei glanced at Jun. Jumpy.
You did this so you could go through the same door as June? That's it?
Santa was furious. His face was red, and flecks of spit flew from his lips as he spoke. Junpei closed his eyes calmly, and then opened them again. So, who's it gonna be? Santa? Or Lotus and Clover?
Shit!
We're going! Clover! Lotus leapt forward. She grabbed Clover by the sleeve and ran for Junpei and the door. Caught by surprise, Santa froze for a moment, then shot forward like a bullet from a gun. Lotus had a head start. Santa had the advantage in size and speed. Almost immediately, he passed Lotus and Clover. No! Wait! Santa did not hesitate.
Ugh.
He slammed his hand down on the red.
This is insane! This isn't right!
He glared at Junpei, his chest heaving. Yeah, well, you may be right. Junpei's voice was cold, but not without effort. He turned to the red and pulled the lever. With the sound of metal on metal, the door opened. It would only remain so for 9 seconds. There was no time to think. Go! Junpei and his 3 reluctant companions jumped into the door's gaping mouth, one after another. No sooner did they enter than an all too familiar noise sounded from their left wrists. The detonators had activated. Junpei looked back only once, and saw Lotus and Clover on the other side of the closing door. They stood still, stopped where they had been when Santa reached the red. The defeat and desperation on their faces tore at Junpei's heart. Then the door closed, and they were gone. Y'all are messed up, I don't know what to tell you.
You son of a bitch, Junpei! This isn't fair!
Santa rounded on Junpei, lightning crackling in his eyes and his knuckles white. This was true, the coin did it!
Do you realize what you just did? You leave them out there and they can't... Shut it! That's enough!
It hadn't been Junpei that spoke, but Seven.
We gotta find the dead or none of this is gonna matter!
The clock was ticking. The dead was their only chance at survival. Also, another really wretched thing about this, of course, is that Junpei already picked 7 to go through the door with him, right? And 5, 6, 7... that gives you 9. Whoever came through this door with them was already screwed to begin with, and he did not care. Because we gotta seek a door that carries a 9. The clock was ticking. The dead was their only chance at survival. Unless they could find it and deactivate their detonators, the 4 of them would be...
We got less than a minute left! No time for screwing around, get moving!
They scattered and began to scour the room. The deactivation device was nowhere to be found. Corridors stretched out in 3 directions, but every one was blocked off by a wall of metal. There was only one way out. That optional conversation with Lotus would have highlighted that point. I did have that conversation with her last time. One other door.
There!
Seven ran for the door, a rusty iron thing. His large hands grabbed hold of the handle and pulled. The room inside was pitch black, and they could see nothing beyond the small patch of light that spilled through the doorway. Junpei stuck his head through the door and looked around the room. Almost immediately, he spotted the blinking red light on the right wall. I found it! The dead's right over here! He stepped into the room and nearly fell down. The floor was slippery? What? He stopped and glanced down at his feet. What was...
Hey, what the hell are you doing? Get over there!
Junpei felt Seven's heavy hand against his back and stumbled across the room. The other three piled in behind him. They all felt immediately that something was wrong. Nothing that could be easily identified, only a sense that something terrible shared the room with them. But there was no time to say so.
Quick! Get to the dead!
They all started running. In the dark, it was hard to tell where the wall was. All they could see was the tiny red light blinking at them over and over and over. And finally, suddenly, they were there. In quick succession, they all slammed their hands against the scanner panel. Seven leaned against the wall, gulping air. As his breathing began to return to normal, he glanced at his left wrist and grunted.
It stopped! It stopped!
Junpei could hear him laughing in the dark, but could barely make out the larger man's face.
What the?
Sound of retching came from Santa's direction.
What the hell is the smell? This is vile. I'm gonna puke.
So desperate had they been in their race to the dead that no one had noticed the horrible smell that pervaded the room. It was a terrible, nauseating stench, like burnt and rotten meat. Adrenaline had drowned it out, but now it rolled over Junpei in waves, forcing itself into his nose with every breath he took. He felt his stomach clench, and bile rise up in his throat.
Let's get the lights on first. There's a switch over here.
The light that spilled in from the door barely illuminated a small switch plate next to the door. Slowly, with the toll of the last few minutes apparent in his gait, Seven walked towards it. He stopped as he got close and extended his fingers toward the switch. There was a soft click as the lights came on. It had scarcely faded when another noise pierced the air. A scream. Ah! Junpei's breath stopped in his throat. His heart ceased to beat. Time froze. His mind scrambled to make sense of what he saw before him. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. Beautiful scream? I can't really scream, I kind of respect like neighbours and such. A vast ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall, even as they dried to it.
Looks like an explosion.
Seven's voice was low and strained.
Just like the ninth man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the grey slacks. They were all familiar to Junpei. Is that... Snake? Santa's voice wavered as he spoke, his mouth dry. Oh my god. Finally, Junpei spoke. Why did this happen? No! Suddenly Jun was screaming, her voice broken. It was an eerie scream, full of insanity, and not entirely human. Tried a bit to find that conversation with Clover about Snake's disability in the VOD last night, but I couldn't find it. Clover did tell us that Snake was in a bad accident as a child, and that is what caused him to be blind. And also, his left arm is a fake, because it was damaged in the car accident. And it had to be amputated in order for him to recover. No! 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 She shook her head violently and grabbed fistfuls of her own hair. Junpei could hear the sound of hair tearing. Oh, stop it, June! Grabbed her wrist. But as he did, June leapt up and ran toward the exit. Doesn't add up with the state of his body? The description of his body makes sure to describe the painfully white bone of the ulna in his left arm. Both times we've seen it, it's done that, even though the other parts of the description have been a bit different. Please, get me out of here! You have to let me out of here! She screamed at the door, and her fist slammed against it with a hollow sound. Junpei could see drops of blood on her knuckles. Why are you doing these horrible things to us? What do we do to deserve this? She screamed again, a desperate, mindless cry. Her fists flailed against the door. Get me out of here! Please! Please just let me out. Junpei couldn't watch anymore. He ran to June and wrapped his arms around her, pulling the screaming girl away from the door. No, get off of me! Let me go! Let me go! She scrambled for a moment, her legs skittering across the floor, but her resistance didn't last long. Suddenly, as her outburst had begun, it was over. The manic energy disappeared, and her body went limp in Junpei's arms. June collapsed toward the floor, and Junpei knelt down with her. I'm glad next time we'll do a normal room. Yeah. He felt drops of something warm and wet. Was she crying? A moment later, she began to sob. Her shoulders shook, and great hot tears rolled down her face like rain. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be alright, June. It's gonna be okay, Kenny. Her name was a whisper. I'll be here with you, okay? She nodded once. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy. Her trembling voice pulled at Junpei's heart. He stroked her hair gently. His face was so close to her. The scent of her hair was nostalgic. Do you feel better? Yes, but I'd like to stay here. For a little while at least. Jumpy's body is so warm. Several minutes passed before June's tears had dried. Junpei stood up. He bent down, put his arms under June's, and helped her to her feet. They didn't speak. Neither did Seven or Santa. A person was dead. They had died in that room in a terrible way. Kingfisher Games, thank you for the hydrate. Junpei knew there was no way he could make himself forget that. There was no way any of them could forget it, but mourning would do no good. He spread out to search the room, but each felt as if their heart was made of lead. Can we just not tell Clover? I mean, we didn't bring her, so it's not really relevant. They spread out to search the room, but each felt as if their heart was made of lead. Seek a way out!
That's where we came in.
That's where we came in? Oh.
I guess it's not locked, but there ain't really a point. All that's out there is the numbered door. We can't go back through the numbered door even if we wanted to.
Chunks of pinkish meat are splattered across the floor. Snake, why did this happen to you? Damn, I just can't. These letters written in blood. Oh, LR, do you think that may be some sort of dying message from Snake?
No, that's impossible. You saw the body. You aren't doing anything after something like that happens to you.
But then, this is The way the blood's dried tells you it's real old. Whoever's blood this is, it ain't snakes. Then you're saying this blood was put here a long time ago? Yeah. Alright, let's see if anything happens when I turn you. Nope, nothing. Not even a drop. Is the pipe clogged? A piece of paper tied to this pipe with a wire. Notice, draining valve operation. Please do not flush the water in these pipes. Doing so may cause the drain to overflow. I don't even know how I would flush it. God knows. Later problem.
It looks like a card, like a key card. I wonder if we can get to it somehow.
Don't think so. It's too deep. I can't reach it. Not a lot in this room, huh?
Bucket! It's a tin bucket. Hey, Jumpy. Do you remember back in elementary school when you spilled all of our paint across the whole classroom? They made you clean it up, and all they gave you was a sponge and a bucket like this. Hey, come on now. Can't we just leave the past in the past? The thing is that if you saw brown dried blood in a game, you just wouldn't, you don't believe it as much. You know what I mean? Like, blood isn't even really red. Junpei reached for the broom, and as he grabbed it, he heard a soft voice from behind him. It was Jun. The rabbit hutch. Uh-huh. He turned around. Jun still looked sadly pale, but there was a smile on her face. Oh, you just reminded me of it. The rabbit hutch, I mean.
How did I remind you of something like that?
Jumpy and the broom. You were always playing around with the broom in front of the rabbit hutch.
I was?
Don't you remember?
Junpei stared at the broom in his hand.
I mean, you don't remember that summer either?
She looked very sad. He shook his head. Of course I remember. How could I forget something like that? It was terrible. They were in the 6th grade. Junpei and Jun had been assigned to take care of the classroom pets, the rabbits. Their chief duty was to clean the hutches every morning. On the final day of school before summer vacation began, Junpei overslept. He rushed to school and found Jun standing in front of the rabbit hutches. No sooner had Junpei arrived than Jun began to cry. He had no idea why until he looked behind her into the rabbit hutch. The first thing he saw was blood. The hutch was filled with the dead bodies of the rabbits. Even after their teachers and friends came to see what the commotion was, Jun couldn't stop crying. I just kept crying and crying until you came over. You held my hand and you looked very serious and you said, "Don't cry, I'm going to catch the person who did this." After you told me that, I finally stopped crying. Well, the real fun started after you quit crying. You told me we were going to catch the killer together. Jun smiled, and a little of the flush of life returned to her cheeks. Then we decided we'd ambush them. Yeah, I remember. The school also kept roosters and guinea pigs. Junpei and Jun had decided the murderer would likely return to finish off the rest of the animals. They would ambush the killer at night. Junpei and Jun hid behind the hutch at dusk and waited. It was a warm summer night. The quiet sound of crickets whispered through the air. As the sun went down, the stars began to wink at them from the sky. And Jun's, Akane Kuroshiki's face. That night was something Junpei knew he would never forget, as long as he lived. But the murderer never showed up. We waited for them all summer vacation, and they never showed up. Yeah, but the animals didn't get attacked either. I think all that work amounted to something, you know? He'd felt the same way, but it was good to hear her say it. Although, you know, if you think about it, we were probably taking on a lot more than we could handle. What do you mean? She looked up at him, confused. Well, come on, we were just kids. If whoever killed the rabbits had actually showed up, he probably would have had a knife or something. I mean, you must have been pretty worried, right?
I wasn't worried. Because you were there with me.
She blushed furiously.
You know, no one else wanted to take care of the animals.
Hello, Ash. Welcome in. Why'd they not assume a fox did it or something? My guess is probably the way they looked. The fact that June assumed that they would have had a knife. I'm imagining that the state of the rabbits was one that made it a bit more obvious.
Clearly embarrassed, she tried desperately to change the subject. I was the only one who asked to do it at first.
Yeah, boys don't really bother with taking care of animals, you know?
Well, yeah, but you asked to do it after I did, didn't you?
If it wasn't the rabbits, they were gonna make me do something else. You know how that school was. I figured it'd be better if I was working with somebody who wasn't too much of a loudmouth, right? Somebody who wasn't gonna tell on me if I felt like blowing it off.
Really? That's why you volunteered?
Yeah, it is.
He nodded quickly, and much too earnestly, and then quickly looked away at something very important. That hadn't been the reason, of course. He had asked to take care of the rabbits so that he could be near June. But it had been so long ago, he couldn't bring himself to tell her how he'd felt back then. It would be embarrassing. He took a quick breath to clear his head, tossed the broom up, and then snatched it out of the air.
Well, we don't really have time to be walking down memory lane like this, you know? We gotta figure out a way out of this room, otherwise...
Yes. June nodded curtly, then turned and walked away. Junpei turned around and looked at the room, at Snake's body. Chunks of flesh and organs still lay on the floor. The conversation he and June had been having scarcely fit their surroundings. But perhaps that was simple human nature. Despite such a situation, or perhaps because of it, the mind turned to the farthest thing from death that it could find. Still, Junpei couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt at wanting so desperately to live when Snake lay dead before him. He had to live. He wanted a life again, a life with June in it. As he stared at the clumps of blackened flesh, all Junpei could think of was how much he wanted to live. It was a good morning. I got to pet a cat on the walk to work. Did you get to see a bunch of rabbits? The farthest thing from death you could think. Dead rabbits. We've all been there. Huh? It's toilet paper with some kind of red symbols on it. You think maybe that's a Cytail cipher? It didn't cross my mind. Joji Akimichi, thank you very much for the stretch. And Ravine, welcome in, of course. Yeah. He just yoinked that. Well, you see, we always see things from Junpei's perspective, so you don't actually know that he's 8 foot tall. Gonna hydrate as well. You don't own me.
You think maybe that's a Cytail cipher?
Cytail cipher? What the hell is that?
You wrap a piece of paper around a stick and then write several sentences on it, so that the whole paper is filled up. And you unwrap the paper and you can't tell what the original message was, right? That's how it works, more or less. Then to decipher it, you gotta have a stick that's the same diameter as the original one.
Same diameter as the original one?
Yeah. Then you just wrap the paper around that stick and you can read the code.
Any chance? What if I wrap the toilet paper around the broom? Oh, so you wrap the toilet paper around... Oh no, that's Santa, I'm sorry. I give you Seven's voice. So you wrap the toilet paper around the broom, huh? Looks like the symbols line up perfectly. 634. Plus. It says 634 plus. Good for me. Broom handle? You never just... Broom handle? A wooden box. There's something in here. Luminol. What the hell is this thing? Some kind of spray bottle? There's something written on it. Lumin... You can't read anything else. The label's all faded.
Let me see that.
You just grabbed it from him. That wasn't very nice.
Oh, This is luminol. You know, forensic guys use it at crime scenes.
Oh yeah, that stuff that glows blue when you spray it on blood. Even if the blood's been wiped off, it'll still glow.
Oh, the paper as I wrote it? I thought you were just questioning the purposes of the broom handle. Spray- oh, sprayed on blood, hold on. Yoink.
Wait, you don't really think we're supposed to use the luminol here, do you?
Yeah, it does seem kind of weird to use it here, but maybe I should try it just in case. Squish, 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 squish. Okay. LLR. LRL. LLR. Oh, that'll be the handles. The handles. L L R. Oops. LRL. Well, I did what it said on the wall. I wonder if it actually did anything. Hey, this drain's acting up. What the hell did you do? I just messed with the valves a little. Nothing big. Drain's acting up.
Jumpy, the card is floating.
Looks like the water floated the card up out of the drain. Must be water flowing through the pipe on the right. There's water pouring out of the drain.
It's the blue key card.
This is the symbol for Mercury, isn't it? There was an elevator right outside of the big hospital room. I think that same symbol was on the card reader next to it.
That's right.
I guess that means we're not supposed to use this card in this room.
Do you really think so?
You don't think maybe we need it for this room and for the elevator? Wait, hold on, Robin. Your parents got divorced because your dad was allergic to pets? Wait, did I miss this, Dale? I'm missing a message. Others love to take care of animals. I have four brothers, four animals? I think I missed a message somewhere. Okay, there wasn't much to that story. Okay, okay. Oh, hey, the blue light just came on. Oh. Toilet!
What do you think this is?
Looks like tar. It's kind of sticky. I don't think we can just wipe it off. I doubt just pouring some water on it's gonna help much either.
What about hot water?
Hot water?
If we had some really hot water, like boiling hot, then maybe that would wash it off.
Some toilet paper on the shelf. There's nothing in the toilet.
If there was, that would be gross. Might be something in the tank, you know? Let's open that shit up. It's a red card. Probably a key card. Do you remember if you saw a card reader anywhere around here?
I mean, I did. But it's not like...
Huh? The blue light was just on, but it's off now. And the red light's on instead.
I guess we have to swipe the red card first and then the blue card? That's arbitrary.
Great job, Jumpy. Both of the lights are on now. Now you just need to put in the password.
Okay, so I need boiling water first. Water coming out of the shower head. Let's see if... Ah, shit! That's hot! Really hot. Man, that water must be just about boiling. Oh, I have a bucket! Maybe I can use the shower here to fill the bucket with hot water.
Hey,
Seven, I saw you appear and I started doing your voice, I'm sorry. Hey, Seven, could you turn on the shower? I'm gonna put the bucket under the head.
okay, sure thing.
It's filled with water. Try not to spill it, okay?
It's heavy.
Okay, okay. I'll carry it. There's something that looks like tar inside the toilet bowl. If I flush the hot water from the bucket, that should clean it up. Gonna make me put it in the tank? Alright, so I just pour the hot water into this tank and... Wait, screwdriver! Screwdriver! Screwdriver, no! I didn't see you before now.
Looks like you filled it. Now you should be able to flush it, right? There's probably a handle somewhere on the tank that you can pull.
You think so?
Serious? Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Some pipes. They're connected to the tank or the toilet. Alright, let's flush the hot water. Well, there it goes, just like a toilet should work. Wait. I need this. Okay. 185. Okay. Interesting. Screwdrivers, it's a nice warm screwdriver now.
That stuff's washed off. Looks like that writing was numbers, see it?
185 equals... What is this?
Got me, just looks like numbers.
Okay, there's no world in which these are enough numbers. Right? We got 634, we got 185, so that together is what, 8 to 9? No, that's... No, 819. Yeah, 819. There's no way it's just 0819, right? Both lights are on. We should be able to enter the password now. What's with these E and C keys? Junpei, you know this. E means enter, and C means clear, I think. So after you put in the password, hit E. If you screw it up, hit C. I mean, I'll try 0819, I guess. I don't have faith in it. Yeah, okay. I think we're missing another number. That's fine. Because the screwdriver hasn't had a purpose yet that I've seen. I already checked all 3 toilets, you know. Oh god. Nothing unusual there. What is this? The thermometer was screwed onto the wall! Yay! We have a warm screwdriver for that. You had turtles? What were they called? The thermometer was screwed onto the wall. That meant that Junpei needed to take the screws out with the screwdriver. While he was so engaged, Santa suddenly spoke. Hey, Junpei. You know why thermometers only go up to 107 degrees Fahrenheit or 75 degrees Celsius like this one? They don't, though. I've never seen a thermometer that doesn't go up to at least 100 degrees Celsius. I don't know what he's yapping about. Junpei answered without taking his eyes off the screw. No, can't say I ever thought about that. At 107 degrees, the cells in the human body start to die, and the organs begin to shut down. The proteins in your cells start to harden. It's like when you hard-boil an egg. Even if you cool it down afterwards, it won't go back to being a raw egg. In other words, it's dead. That's why thermometers don't go past 107. There's no point. Why had Santa brought that up, Junpei wondered. Oh, yeah? 107 Fahrenheit is like 41 Celsius? Can you imagine a thermometer that didn't go past 41? That's crazy. He continued to work at the screw. But it's pretty rare for a fever to get that high. Even viruses and stuff don't usually drive the body temperature up to 107. Of course, there are other external things that could. Like what? Well, let's see. Something like getting locked in a sauna. Or getting thrown into an incinerator and burnt to death. Yeah, I guess that would get a little hotter than 107 degrees Fahrenheit. Junpei gave a short, barking laugh. A moment later, the screw fell off. With a small tug, Junpei pulled the thermometer from the wall. Alright, I got it! He looked up and saw Santa, glaring at the blank section of wall. Huh? What's up? Nothing. Forget about it. Santa spun around and walked off, away from Junpei. But as Junpei watched him go, he didn't look angry. He looked very, very sad. Oh, you took the thermometer off? It says open at the bottom of the gauge. I wonder what it means. Maybe when it gets that hot, something will open? Bit and bang. It's biting afraid. Those are cute names, though. Yeah, if I can get this hot water on the thermometer, then maybe... Alright, thermometer, let's get this party started. All the puzzles are actually really logical, by the way. Like, can I just compliment them for a second here? None of them are obnoxious or particularly difficult to figure out. So that's doing the trick. There goes the gauge. And now it's at the open mark. Our little moon logic. God, it reminds me of my third year analysis exam. It opened. What's this? What, he makes them complicated? No, I'm not that stupid. Moon logic is logic that, like, imagine if instead of using the boiling water to get rid of the, whatever was on the toilet bowl, I forget what they said it was at this point, the tar. If instead we'd used the screwdriver, but we had to heat the screwdriver up first. Like, that makes no sense. And it feels like you have a better option right there, but too bad, the developers only put in one option. So, deal with it. Exam questions themselves are just written away to confusion on purpose. Unironically, that exam was the worst experience of my life. I have never... So in British exams, gonna go on a bit of an aside tangent here. In British exams, you're allowed to... or at least in university, you're allowed to leave after the first half an hour up to when the final half hour begins. If you're there for the final half hour, you have to stay. Actually, I think it's first 15 minutes, last half hour. But I had this 2-hour exam, and I have never left in the middle of an exam before because I'm always like, I can finish. There's always something I can look over, always something I can add on to things, always something I can double check, right? I'm that sort of person. And this exam, I finished it in the first, like, hour. I'm a straight A student, or I was. I'm gone from that learning experience of life now, right? That might surprise you, I don't know, maybe I come across as really stupid. I just can't do this exam. None of this makes sense. It's written in Martian. All of it is just nonsense. Basically, this class, analysis, was, like, all of the stuff in various maths classes, all of the questions you hate and people can't do, they were all put into one class, so they weren't anywhere else, they were all here. Real analysis, yes. And, like, genuinely, like, 45 minutes in, 50 minutes in-ish, to this 2-hour exam, I'm just sitting there like, yeah, I've only answered, like, less than half the questions, but, I don't even know where to start. The complex analysis was very easy. Regular analysis was utter bullshit. I agree with you. I was just staring at the clock, and it's like, do I just go? Do I just leave? And I'm just, like, staring at the clock. I keep trying to look through the question paper, and none of it is anything to me. And I sit there for over half an hour, and I don't write anything else for any other question. I'm flicking through them. I'm looking. I just can't do anything else for any of them. And, eventually I just have to go. And so I get ready to leave, I, like, put my pencils and stuff together, and I go to stand up, and they're like, okay, that's the last half an hour. You're not allowed to leave anymore. And I look around the hall, and about 50% of people have left. They probably felt exactly the same way I did. So I now just have to sit there for the remaining half an hour. I still don't write anything at all, because it was all nonsense. And I ended up getting a D. Not even like a good D. It was like a D2 or a D3. It was a bad grade. It was impressive given that I only answered like half of them. What would have happened if you left? I think they would have invalidated my paper. Like, I think... It sounds harsh, but it's like the only way they can really enforce the rules, right? Wouldn't have made much of a fucking difference though, would it? I still managed to graduate with a first because basically that class, I believe 2 people got A's, something like 3 people got B's, and then everyone else got like a D or a fail. Like more than half of the class failed. It doesn't help that analysis, as Glumbaron's already said, is a hard class to begin with, right? But this one, this exam was nothing like the past papers we've been given. It was absolutely brutal. It was absolutely brutal. If I could share the because I saved the paper. I know you're not allowed to. I don't care. I went and I found it because it was uploaded afterwards so that we could look over it. And I saved it. And I'm not going to share it on the internet because that would be illegal. But sometimes I still look at it and I go, I don't get this. Yeah, it was nonsense. It was absolutely nonsense. And they basically just discounted the class for anyone who got a D or below. I think it might have been a C or below. I don't even know if anyone got a C. But they just made that class not count for your degree classification. And you didn't need to retake it, I think, because it was like... I don't think they still do that class, the analysis class, at that university anymore, either. I think they stopped it because... it's too brutal to put all of that in one class. It's too much. I can't think of a global equivalent, but it really is like every single subject you studied in high school or whatever, they all had that one thing you hoped didn't come up in the exam. They all had that one thing. And this was a class that was just those. It was the worst experience. Didn't help that I was suffering through a tumor the whole time either. Anyway, let's go back to Junpei's bizarre adventure. What's this? Looks like there's a piece of paper in here. 957. Okay, that makes sense that we were missing that. You know, actually, where's the calculator? The game said there was a calculator. I never found it. That's why. Brilliant, thank you. Because we have this, and I've never looked at it, and I want to at least... Okay, it doesn't feel good to interact with. In any way, shape, or form. $17.76. You weren't paying attention in the calculator tutorial? I was mocking it. And I learned my lesson. But I wanted to see the calculator. That's cool though, by the way. I don't know, I like that that's an option. I also like the idea that Junpei, like, every now and then just, like, brings out his little calculator and is like, well, hold on, is that correct? And Dee Dee, thank you for the hydrate. I don't remember what the number was, but it's 1776. Yep, okay. Look, if they are allowed to take their little breaks to talk about conspiracy theories and stuff, I'm allowed to take a little break to talk about analysis exam, okay? Okay, chat, I expect you all to type this right now. You found it! You found it! Outside of the shower room was a hallway that extended off to the left and right. At the right end was a large door. They'd moved a few steps toward the door when Junpei heard the sound of metal on metal. Unironically live for the you found it's in chat, you have no idea. They turned around. Seven was doing something to the door of the shower room. What are you doing, Seven?
Well, I figure maybe we might want to come back here sometime. So I stuck the broom in there to keep the door from shutting. Alright, let's go.
With that, he stood up and began walking down the hallway. He brushed past Junpei and kept going. After a moment, the rest of them followed him. Before long, they found themselves at the large iron door. They had only been there for a moment when Jun spoke up. Junpei, look. He turned. There on the right side of the hallway was a piece of paper attached to the wall. Junpei ran over and peeled it off. It's a map of the ship's interior. It said C deck in the upper left corner. From what he could tell, it was a map of the floor they were on. There would be time to look at it later. Junpei folded the map and stuffed it into his pocket. Back at the door, the four of them lined up in front of it. Santa stepped forward. He grabbed hold of the door and then turned to look back at the rest of them. Ready?
I'm gonna open it.
They nodded. Santa nodded back and threw the door open. All four of them leapt through. It took only a moment for them to realize where they were. They had been there only a short time ago. It was the large hospital room, filled with countless beds. Lotus and Clover looked up as they entered. Ace was there as well, although he looked as though he had only just woken up. The moment they spotted Junpei, Lotus and Clover headed straight for him. As she neared him, Lotus drew back her hand and slapped him, open-palmed, across the face.
How could you do this to us?
Her face was furious. She grabbed Junpei by the collar and shook him violently. Clover didn't touch him, but the hate in her eyes was no less potent. It was Seven who stopped them.
Knock it off! We got bigger shit to worry about right now.
His deep voice echoed across the massive room. Lotus glared at Seven, but let Junpei go after one last vicious shake.
What?
Go have a look.
I
stuck the screwdriver in the door. That door over there, the one without a number. As long as the screwdriver's there, it can't shut, so you can get in there.
Seven also explained how they might find the shower room, and how he'd use the broom to ensure that door remained open as well. Then you're saying we can go in there without passing through the numbered door?
Yeah, that's about the size of it.
What the hell is in there?
You'll know when you see it.
Damn, imagine hyping this up. Clover's gonna get the surprise of a lifetime. Lotus and Clover looked at one another for a moment, then nodded and stepped through the door. By then, Ace had made his way to them, moving with the stiff, shuffling steps of someone who was only just woken up from a lengthy slumber.
My goodness, I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Ace shook his head weakly.
Should I go as well?
Seven nodded.
Very well.
Ace followed Lotus and Clover with his stiff, tired gait. They not try to wake Ace? I mean, they did. That's why he'd looked like he'd just woken up. They were by him. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the ninth man was.
Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each one of them in turn, and continued.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it alone, and waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was over for Snake, but he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator's only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead. And then 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened.
I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer.
Exactly. That means we're looking at multiple perps here.
Junpei crossed his arms and grunted. Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed?
When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone.
That means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned, looking for those parts.
Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer.
It's like, why would he say this if he did it? Wait a minute. What are you talking about? Jin seemed shocked. How can you say one of us is a killer so casually?
Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least two of us are murderers.
Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you gonna gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know?
What Zero wants?
Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory. Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other? Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations. Then, does that mean that the person who killed Snake? Yes, almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well? Junpei hadn't really considered that. If Zero had killed Snake, then Zero was on the ship with them. Was Zero still on the ship with them? Junpei wasn't sure. He wasn't sure. Hey, I'm just wondering about one thing.
And what's that?
How can you be so sure that Zero's on the ship? His eyebrows shot up. Really, Junpei? I confess, I'm a little disappointed. Usually you're rather sharp. You've never gone through a room with this man. Isn't it obvious? Obvious? How so? This ship. Huh? Zero said, this ship, several times when he addressed us.
I am Zero, the captain of this ship. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave this ship alive. As you have no doubt surmised, this ship has begun to sink.
If he weren't here, he wouldn't say this ship, would he? He'd be saying something like that ship or the ship. That sounds like nonsense to me, I won't lie, but I'll let Ace away with it. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Ace's explanation made perfect sense, apparently. Junpei felt a little foolish that he hadn't seen it himself. Not only could he be bullshitting, if he's talking to them and they're on the fucking ship, I'm the captain of this ship. I can say I'm playing this game, but I'm not in it. I don't know, it's just weird. Junpei felt a little foolish that he hadn't seen it himself. Also, he could have lied, like, Zero's done all this stuff. I don't know. As Ravain said, Zero would never be grammatically inexact. You know what, actually? Especially with something that's more ambiguous in English, I bet the Japanese version... I don't know much about Japanese, but I bet it's not ambiguous in Japanese, huh? That'd be my guess. That'd be my best guess there. Still, he was left with a question, and it was one of no small importance. If Zero's on the ship, where is he? Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting moaning noise. Moments later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone. I think Zero is one of us. Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Junpei.
said. That's crazy! That's crazy! Isn't this ship gonna sink in a few hours? If Zero was here with us, he'd be putting himself in danger. Why the hell would he do something like that? There's no motive. Clover looked up at Junpei, and her face fell. You don't believe me. Her eyes were so pitiful. The moment Junpei's met them, he felt his heart tighten. He didn't think what he said was wrong, but perhaps the way he'd said it had been. He'd been too insensitive. I think there's a real chance Zero might be one of us. Holy shit! Fun the crazy brigade! Imagine holding Junpei's opinion this highly. I don't know why Clover gives a damn. Like, this guy abandoned her before, you know? Clover had just lost her brother. His death would have been bad enough, but she'd also seen the blasted wreck of his body. Junpei barely knew him, and the sight had been enough to make him sick. What Clover had felt, he couldn't begin to imagine. In the mental state she must have been in, it was understandable that she would look at those around her with suspicion. She felt everyone was against her. The least Junpei could have done was try to understand what she was feeling. He felt ashamed of what he'd said. Perhaps, he thought, I should apologize. But before that apology could begin... Clover, I understand what you're feeling. You don't feel that you can trust any of us. Ace had beaten Junpei to the punch. As he spoke to Clover, his face was calm and friendly. But you have to understand, the more we distrust one another, the further we fall into our true foe's trap. Zero was the one who did those horrible things to your brother. Do you want to let yourself be manipulated by someone who would do such a horrible thing? Clover didn't answer. She didn't even look at Ace. The whole time, her eyes were on Junpei. He could feel Clover's eyes boring into him. They were the color of a deep winter lake. Junpei saw no suspicion in them, only sadness. Then in that horrible silence... they heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. 3 a.m. That means we have 3 hours left. Then we need to move, now. 7, Clover. I know how you feel, but you do understand that, right now, it's important we trust one another, don't you? 7 and Clover remained silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away. We must go. We have very little time left. What's up with 7? Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going. Their next destination was Mercury. They stood in front of the elevators next to the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen. Between the 2 elevators was a card reader with the Mercury symbol engraved on it. Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury keycard. He'd found the card while investigating the shower room. I know. He took a deep breath and slid the card through the reader. It made a small beep, and the lights on the reader blinked to life. Of course, because we only went through door 3 this time, we lack the other keys and such that would let us go into other directions. We only have this one this time. Ominous. Now they were ready. 7 people, including Junpei, climbed onto the elevator. There were only 2 floor buttons they could push. Last time we did all 3 doors, yeah. The C and bottom buttons. The rest were destroyed, or did nothing when pushed. This time I guess we're just not bothering. We gotta scoot, we gotta go, we gotta hurry. Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. We got hitting the bottom button on the second date, am I right? Am I right? Anyway. Slowly they began to move downward. Sometime later, all 7 of them stepped off the elevator and onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end. This is a numbered door.
Yeah, it's door 2.
Immediately, they began to discuss who would go through it. Their earlier experiences had shown them that they would meet again, regardless of which numbered doors they took. As a result, there were no arguments this time. Instead, they concerned themselves with who would be sent in to investigate what was beyond the door. The first to volunteer was 7. Junpei followed suit, which meant Lotus was, by default, the 3rd member. 5 plus 7 plus 8 equals 20. 2 plus 0 equals 2. Alright, we're taking off.
Okay. Please be careful.
Jesus, you two are acting like you're married, you know that?
Jun blushed. So did Junpei. Perhaps in an attempt to hide his emotions, he quickly turned away to pull the lever on the red. The door opened. As they'd come to expect, there appeared to be a short hallway on the other side. Alright, let's go. Lotus was the first through the door. 7 was next, and Junpei brought up the rear. Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the dead. It had been placed just inside the room, right next to the numbered door. They gathered around it and quickly scanned each of their bracelets. It stopped. Yeah, it stopped. Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. 7 and Lotus were breathing hard and fast. It was the 3rd time they'd been through the process, but they had yet to grow accustomed to it. But you end, this is door 2. Not that Junpei wanted to. He planned to finish the game before he got a chance to let imminent death become commonplace. That's our only... Yeah, we didn't have an option, because we only found one card. We didn't get anything else. Doors 7 and 8 gave us different keys and cards that let us access different parts of the ship, which is why we had a choice last time. But here, you only get door 2. You said, alright, let's do this. And I didn't get a choice. I didn't get a say as the player. The rest of the group is happy to just wait outside because we've learned that regardless of what doors people go through, we'll all have to meet back up later on. We've seen that by now. So they're fine with doing this. Planned to finish the game before he got a chance to let imminent death become commonplace. Junpei looked around again. It was a short hallway with 5 doors along the walls. There were 3 doors along the left wall, and a single one on the right. At the end of the hallway, the 5th door was covered by a thick metal plate. Junpei didn't think they'd be able to open it. After taking a look around the room himself, 7 spoke.
Alright, let's get started. I think we probably better split up. You two okay with that?
Yes, no problem.
Sure thing.
7 nodded to them and stepped into the room closest to him. Lotus looked at the doors for a moment, then headed for the one in the center. At last, Junpei was left alone.
Well, I guess I better get started too.
He looked intently at the remaining 3 doors.
Seek a way out!
Oh my god, this is horrific.
Look at that map!
Let's just do them in order, I guess. There's a dirty blanket on the bed.
Man, this is a mess. It's not even a bed anymore.
Can't say I'd want to sleep there.
Thing underneath it. Bed is really dirty. Guess not. Why is this screen here, though? Toilet paper tube, huh? Is where Clover killed half the group last playthrough? Yes. Yes, this is where the last ending, quote-unquote, took place. Toilet paper tube, huh? I seriously doubt I'm gonna need this for anything.
Oh, this part is thinner than the rest. In fact, this doesn't really look like it's part of the rest of this thing. This rod feels loose. Maybe if I give it a couple turns. Here we go. Screwdriver shaft.
Hey, this is a screwdriver shaft.
Should have watched that VOD, huh? Yeah, probably. Probably should have, yeah. So last time what happened is we were given a choice between doors 2, 1, and 6. We chose to go into door 1. And another group went into door 6. And as a result, afterwards Clover was like, we should check door 2 though, haha. In door 1 we found the body of Zero, who had been killed with an axe. But afterwards, Clover was like, we should go to door 2. Just in case. And they all felt bad enough for her that Seven, Santa, and June went with her. Ace went away to show Lotus something, and while they were away, Clover came back and revealed that she had murdered the 3 of them and cut off their bracelets with the axe that she'd taken from the captain's quarters. Then she cut off Junpei's arm. And together with that and the bracelet that she took from the dead body of Zero, she was planning to go through the number 9 door, and that's where it ended. Hey Lottie, what's this game? This is 999. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. Welcome in, Rana.
Yeah, this is a screwdriver shaft. It's missing a handle, though. Even if we run into a screw it fits, we're gonna have a hard time of it without a handle.
Well, if we can find a handle, maybe it'll do some good. Sounds really cheery. It's a bit miserable. Does she need their hand? I think she cut off Junpei's arm. I'm only inferring that that was how she planned to get through. But she specified she had to borrow... She was like, I just had to borrow this. So I'm assuming she cut off Junpei's arm, and I'm inferring that she took the Zero bracelet. Because I don't think she actually confirmed that. But that's the only thing that makes any sense to me, because she left the other 3 bracelets on the ground. This implies her pockets are full of hands. We've all been there.
A symbol on a toilet lid, huh? Seems a little fishy to me.
It's more like a sun, but I don't know about you. We can fix her. True. Okay. I don't really know why I'm drawing this. Like, it's a sun. What's it gonna do for me? It's a sun symbol, but it doesn't look like the ones on the doors.
Damn, this toilet's pretty nasty to begin with, but the inside's even worse.
Honestly, I'm amazed you could bring yourself to touch it.
There's way nastier stuff out there in the world than a gross toilet.
You're a real deep thinker, aren't you? It's a sun symbol. Hey, this handle's pretty loose.
Loose? You think it'll come off if you pull on it? Fell off. Oh, look at this. That handle doesn't really fit on the string. Maybe it wasn't meant to be attached to it.
Huh? But yeah, this is a mystery horror escape room puzzle game kind of energy.
Take a look at this handle. The inside of the hole's threaded. Like you're supposed to screw something in. Oh.
We seen anything that might fit in there? So if I just stick this metal rod into the handle... Oh, thank God, it's the right kind of screwdriver for that screw. Awesome. We can totally use this. What screw?
Damn, the screwdriver looks like a soldering iron. You think it's some sort of industrial-grade screwdriver? Guess that doesn't really matter. Anyway, as long as we got this thing, we can unscrew any Phillips screws we run into.
These aren't screws, are they? No. I don't know what Junpei's yapping about them.
What the hell's this supposed to be? Like a drawing of a whirlpool or something.
Well, if I had to guess, I'd say it's trying to look like water?
There's a little tile in the drain.
Doesn't look like we're gonna be able to pull it out of there.
Might have to use our heads on this one.
Alright, let's figure this thing out.
Looks like the water doesn't work.
No matter how much 7 turns that thing, no water's coming out. Has the water been shut off from somewhere else? This thing's real simple. Is it really a desk?
Of course it's gotta be simple. I mean, it's probably like that so we don't try and use it as part of the puzzle, right? Probably use a desk to write letters to your family or something, but this is a boat. I bet the only thing they used this for was eating off of. Huh? What the hell? It's not opening.
There's something up with this drawer. I don't trust it. I saw the screws. I tried to tap them in the first place. Junpei's like, desk! Sweet, got the screws off.
Now we can open the drawer.
There's nothing in here.
Well, maybe the drawer's what we need.
The drawer, huh?
Alright, let's yank this thing out. There's a bump on the back.
I wonder what it's for.
Maybe there's a hole somewhere, and these bumps line up with it and trigger a hidden switch or something. Hey, we've seen weirder stuff. Doesn't seem that far-fetched.
This chair's pretty old. If 7 sat on it, it'd probably break.
Huh? You say something?
Nothing at all. This chair's totally old. Okay. Somebody made some wavy blue lines on this mirror with blue paint. Is that a drawing of a blue scarf? No, maybe not. No knob on this. There's no knob on this faucet. There's no way we can get water out of it like this. If we can find a knob or something that'll work as one, then we should be able to get water to come out of this thing. Okay, moon symbol. I don't really understand the purposes of these. I may as well note it down. A moon? What a filthy, disgusting moon. Yeah, it's pretty filthy, but it's a precious hint. Let's remember it, alright? Lotus has a hell of a fit. Well, come on, we all wish we could rock the Lotus fit, right? Press 1 in chat if you could rock the Lotus fit. It's just hanging from the wall. Well, if we're pulling the string, then it must be a toilet that flushes. This toilet is disgusting. You don't expect me to touch that thing, do you? If you don't want to, then I'll do it, alright? I expected a 1 from everyone. I'm disappointed. What's the opposite of 1? 0, I guess. If you work in terms of, like, binary. This paper seems to be pretty old. How the hell can you touch that? It's horrible. Well, it's not like I've really got a choice, do I? It's not like I want to. I've used toilet paper? It's old and it's kind of grossing me out, but there's nothing suspicious about it. Well, it looks like a towel. I have to wonder if the design means anything, though. Maybe you should consider what the design might be. Perhaps that'll give us a hint. That bed looks cold. I'm pretty sure you'd freeze to death in the winter. No kidding. If I tried to sleep here, my skin would dry out in no time. Oh, it's not like you're that young anymore. That shouldn't really matter. My, Junpei. Aren't you lucky? It seems you'll die before you have a chance to grow old and hideous. I'm sorry, you're right. Dry skin is a woman's worst enemy. The bed looked even sadder without the pillow. So, it's still a terrible bed. I'd never sleep on a bed like that. There's nothing in the drawer. Yeah, something's not right though. That handle in that drawer doesn't really fit, you know? It just looks messy. Why don't you take it out? Mirror on the bottom, why?
So, there's a mirror on the other side of this drawer. Interesting. It's kind of an odd shape, and it looks like someone attached the handle with a screw after the fact. If I use the screw in the center of the handle, maybe I can...
Knob.
Well, that came off easily enough. And Junpei decided to eat the screwdriver in celebration, I guess. It looks like a faucet handle. Yeah, it seemed a little weird to put it on a wooden drawer like this. I'm sure they made it look odd on purpose. I'm sure they made it look odd on purpose. With a shape like that, there's only one place it could go. Well, first of all, though... I like something falling.
What was that?
Poopus, poopus. I heard it too. Let's open the drawer.
Aha. I guess if you really squint, it looks like it says 14.
What is this tile for? Red, blue, grey. Several lines in each colour. What does it mean?
Your guess is as good as mine. I don't know if it's meant to look like it says 14, but... that's what I get from it.
Okay, Sweet. The handle I got off that drawer fits under the faucet perfectly.
Now I can turn the water on.
Yeah, I do appreciate that Seven uses those tools.
I want to say there's text where he actually comments on, like, the broom. But I can't remember. I'm familiar with this game, but not that familiar with this game.
Junpei, what are you doing?
It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm running the water.
I can see that. I'm asking you why you're just letting it run like that.
Think about it, Lotus. This faucet didn't have a knob when we found it, right?
What do you mean?
Just watch.
Anytime now. Hey, water's filling up. Doesn't that just mean the pipes are clogged?
Whoops, let's turn it off for now.
So, did anything change?
The water stopped flowing.
Thank you, Mr. Obvious. Ugh. Junpei, I'm leaving this one to you, alright?
Maybe in the other room, the sink filled up. I don't really know how that would work, but... okay, cool, it did. Okay, this also looks like a 14.
Take a look at this tile here. See, if you look real close, the 3 red lines here are on top of the other ones.
The red lines?
Yeah.
Maybe it is supposed to look like a 14, though. Seven, can you give me anything on the drawer with that handle?
Drawer with a mirror on the back of it, huh? Don't think it'll do us any good here.
Well, use a mirror to reflect things. Can you think of any other uses for it?
Well, if you ask Lotus, she'd probably tell you it'd be real shiny and pretty if we broke it.
Junpei put the wet tile into his pocket. He was about to turn away when... there was a noise behind him. He spun around to see Seven kneeling on the floor. His face was rigid and pale. Droplets of sweat covered his forehead.
Hey, what's going on? You okay, man?
He was concerned. He'd never seen Seven like this before. Slowly, the other man lifted himself to his feet on shaky legs.
Yeah, I'm fine. I just got a little dizzy, that's all.
His face was pale, and his breathing was heavy. Sweat was pouring off his face and staining his shirt. He was many things, but fine was not one of them.
Are you sure? You don't look so good.
Seven didn't answer. Half of his face was twisted, as if distorted by extreme pain, and his eyes were glazed. Finally he spoke.
What am I doing here?
His words made no sense.
What are you talking about? We opened the number 2 door and walked in here. Don't tell me you forgot.
No, that's not what I mean.
He shook his head several times, as if trying to clear something from it.
It ain't much, but I think some of my memories came back. I think I've been here before.
Huh?
I said I've been here in this room before.
You were here? When? Why?
Owie! Light! Nona!
Suddenly, Seven was mumbling to himself. They were words Junpei didn't understand. Seven's hoarse voice trailed off, and Junpei couldn't make out what he'd said. What the hell was that? Seven's brow furrowed furiously, and he ground his teeth back and forth.
It's right there. I feel like I'm this close to remembering everything, but I just can't.
Seven stopped, frustrated. He pulled his hat off and ran a hand through his hair. And suddenly he looked up, his eyes wide.
That's right! An experiment! There was some kind of experiment going on the ship.
An experiment? What sort of experiment?
They were trying to control people. Or something like that.
Junpei didn't know what to make of Seven's story. Instead, he simply stared as Seven continued.
Owie, Light, Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were there, in the experiment, I mean. I think there were 4 or 5 more, but I don't remember all their names. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm here.
Seven began to mumble to himself and wandered aimlessly around the room. He looked confused. So far as Junpei could tell, the man was simply rambling, and there were odd twitches to his movements.
Experiment. Cradle Pharmaceutical. Those kidnapped kids. Was I working that case?
Seven continued to mumble to himself about things that meant nothing to Junpei. Junpei didn't have any answers for him, of course. He couldn't understand what was happening to Seven. All he could do was wait. After a few minutes, Seven finally stopped. Crouched down and looked under the bed. His face registered mild surprise, and he began to mumble to himself again.
The hole's gone? No, maybe it was a different room. There's gotta be a ton of rooms on this boat that look just like this one.
Alas, Junpei could contain himself no longer. Hey, what exactly do you remember? Well, maybe you could stop talking like a crazy person and tell me what's going on here. Junpei loves to call people crazy people. Like with a hydrate, Choji Yakimichi? I love saying your name. Seven stood up slowly.
Well, it's not like I really remember everything. I've only got bits and pieces, and they're scattered and don't make much sense.
I don't care. Tell me the bits and pieces then. Junpei could feel it. Whatever Seven had remembered, it was important. Very important. Seven drew a large, muscled hand down across his face. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he spoke.
From what I can remember, I think I was a cop.
A cop?
Yeah. I was looking for that group of kids that got kidnapped 9 years ago. You remember that, right? It was all over the news.
Yeah. I was still in school. I don't remember all the details, but I do remember some of it. I knew there'd be an immediate ACAB. I think it was a bunch of kids right around my age. They all just disappeared. Nobody knew why. It was all over TV and the newspapers every day. So you're saying you were investigating it?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And I guess I found something. There was this medical company called Cradle Pharmaceutical that had something to do with those kids. After I figured that out, I managed to get some information out of somebody who worked for them.
They told me a ship would be leaving that night with all the kids on it. 16 minus 7 equals 9. They were going to be taken to some kind of big passenger ship somewhere out in the ocean. And so, Seven had headed to the wharf. He kept to the shadows and before long found the suspicious ship he'd been looking for. There were a number of human shapes moving near the ship. They were men in black suits. Many of them were carrying large bags onto the ship. The bags. There was something about the way they moved as they were carried. There could be no mistake. There were human beings in those bags. He had moved before he even realized he was going to. Out of the shadows he came, his gun already in his hand. He heard the words, "Don't move," but they weren't his. He felt metal touch the back of his head. "Drop your gun," came the cold voice from behind him. With the words, he felt the cold metal thing behind him press into his skull. Slowly, Seven crouched down and laid his gun on the ground. And suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A needle. Was it some sort of drug? As he was thinking about that, Seven felt his face hit the cold concrete beneath him. He could feel the chill of it seeping into him.
Damn it. Shit, my head hurts.
Seven woke to find himself lying on a hard floor. He twisted his neck to peer around the room.
Where am I?
There was a small, shabby bed and a dirty sink. A toilet with no stall or privacy of any sort. As a cop, it was a place Seven had seen all too often.
I'm in a cell, huh?
Opposite the toilet was a door set into the wall. Seven struggled to his feet and hobbled toward it. He gave the door a good shove, then another, then tried pulling it. It didn't open. Well, that was about what he'd expected. It wasn't likely that someone would put him in a cell only to leave it unlocked. He threw himself against the door a few times, but to no avail.
I knew it.
Seven grumbled to himself as he moved back toward the bed. He sat down. He sat there for a very long time. Just how long, he wasn't sure. At last, he began to nod off, and had nearly fallen asleep when he was roused by a distant voice.
It's 9.
The voice was far away, very far away. Seven couldn't understand what it was saying. Nonetheless, it was a voice, and a high one, most likely a child. His eyes shot open.
Hey.
As he listened, he could pick out several different, distinct voices. There were at least 5 or 6, possibly more. Where were the voices coming from? He looked around the room frantically. Perhaps the door? No, that wasn't it. Was it coming from the left? Was it coming from under the bed? He grabbed the bed and flipped it up with ease. There it was. There was a hole for ventilation in the wall where the bed had been, covered with a metal grate. Seven lay down on his stomach and peered through the grate. He couldn't see anything. It was too dark. Now that he'd found it, however, there could be no doubt. This was the source of the voices. For a moment, he was confused. Why were there children nearby? Then he remembered what the man from Cradle Pharmaceutical had told him. How a ship would take the kidnapped children from the wharf to a waiting passenger liner out in the ocean. Was Seven on that passenger liner? It didn't matter. What mattered was that he find a way to the children. Seven looked at the metal grate. Could he fit through that hole? He stuck his fingers through the grate and grabbed hold of it.
Yeah, how'd you like that, you son of a bitch?
The dark square sat open before him. Seven wiped the sweat from his forehead and crawled inside. Junpei waited for Seven to resume his story. The longer he waited, however, the clearer it became that Seven had no intention of doing so. He had gone silent and simply stared off into the air, his eyes blank. Hey, what happened after that? He'd waited long enough. Seven shook his head.
I don't remember what happens after that. I think I found some kind of door out of the duct. And I think I found some kids, too. Oh, man. I kind of remember what happened next.
What happened to the kids, Seven? Did you save them?
I don't know. I don't know if it was me. I've got this feeling. I think one of the kids died. A girl, I think.
Huh? Deep in his heart, Junpei felt something very cold. Seven's head dropped, and Junpei saw in it a look of sadness, the likes of which he had never seen on the man before. The large man's eyes blinked rapidly, as if he were fighting back tears, and he swallowed hard. Sigh was like the melancholy setting of an old abandoned building. He shook his head and spoke.
Anyway, just please don't ask me any more, okay? I really don't remember anything else.
After that, Junpei could hardly try to force any answers out of the other man. There was nothing more he could do. Instead, Junpei turned his mind to trying to make sense of what Seven had told him. The children who had been kidnapped 9 years before. Apparently, a company called Cradle Pharmaceutical had been behind the kidnappings and had taken the children to the ship they were on now. They had been brought to the ship for an experiment. Something to do with controlling human beings, Seven had said. The 16 children who had been kidnapped were the subjects for the experiment. Seven had said 3 of their names were Aoi, Light, and Nona. That was the new information. He had also learned that Seven was, or had been, a police officer. Still, there was little he could do with this new information. He had learned nothing about the nonary game or Zero. He had no idea why they had been brought to the ship that had been the site of those experiments 9 years before. Junpei couldn't forget what Seven had said the purpose of the experiment had been. To control human beings. Could such an absurd experiment really have been conducted? Before long, Junpei realized he had spent quite some time deep in thought. No time for that, he chided himself. He had work to do. Junpei shook his head quickly to clear it and returned to his investigation, thoughts swirling in his mind. Okay, there is a third door, we just never bothered with it. To be fair, it doesn't look like it's worth bothering with, huh? I can just barely see a mirror from the light coming through the ceiling. Sure would be nice if that mirror was a little lower down. It looks like it's the same height as the mirror on the right. I wonder if that means anything. It's a blanket. Not a really great one, but still. Ah! Damn it, no matter how hard I pull on this damn thing, it won't budge. I wonder if Jumpy knows anyone else called Light. It's a very common name. Are you referring to Light Yagami? Do you think Junpei is a side character in the Death Note world? Guess I won't be opening this anytime soon. Doesn't look like it's got a keyhole, and there doesn't seem to be anything stopping it. How the hell am I supposed to open it? It's a sink, but there's no light shining on it. It's hard to be sure because it's so dark here, but I don't think there's anything going on with this sink. The faucet is too hard to turn. In the other room, the river and the spring went together to solve the puzzle. Does that mean there might be a similar puzzle with this mirror? No, there's nothing else here apart from the mirror. I just need to pair something with this mirror. There's a mirror in the back of the room, hung opposite this one. The only difference between them is whether or not they're reflecting any light. There's a... Junpei, you're scaring me. How is it not the towel? What's the deal with the lighting here? There's just this one beam of light. The rest of the place is too dark. I can't see anything. There's no way we can explore the rest of this room. Oh yeah! We can probably use this mirror to reflect the light. Just gotta figure out where to reflect the light. If I go somewhere that's a little easier to shine light on. So if I shine this light on the mirror in the back... Okay, I got sun, moon. I get it. If I shine light on a mirror, a symbol appears. Left one has a sun, the right one's got a moon symbol. I'm gonna remember this. Okay, that's not really very important, Junpei. When I shine light on the mirror in the back... 4, 7? Sun is 4 and moon is 7. What? Is that a number? So if I shine light on this mirror, then I get to see some numbers. I can see a 4 on the left and a 7 on the right. 4 and 7. I gotta be honest, this puzzle's absolutely stumped me. Nothing special about this toilet paper. I don't really think I need to bother shining any light on it. Okay, it's nice to see the sink lit up, I guess, but all it shows me is the pipe. I see a partition over there. Seems pretty pointless to bother examining it. Junpei, I'm so confused right now. 4 and 7? Both of my tiles say 14. They're the same, right? Like, they're literally identical, I'm not stupid. Yeah, okay, they're the same. How is it not this? Are there other rooms? And then, of course, I don't have this open. Wait. I can only shine the light from the other side of the room. There are a bunch of tiles on the door that spell out emergence. Emergence. Maybe it means we need to emerge out of here. Can I have the one that says... Can I have the 4th one and the 7th one? That means to emerge or to escape from here. Need to do something with these tiles to open the door? Apparently I'm not allowed to, so who knows? There's a door in the back. I wonder where it goes. I thought of that and I tried a couple things, but yeah, same result. Guess 7 wasn't about to do anything. Oh well. The ceiling. It's a ceiling. I've seen a lot of ceilings in my time. I'd say this one rates about a 3, 3.5. Towel.
The drawing on the mirror looks just like part of the design on the towel. And the design on the towel was a river and spring, right?
The picture on this mirror is a spring, and it's talking about the water in the sink. Water for this faucet's probably been shut off on purpose. I don't actually know what you want from me right now, game. Trying to show water flowing from the river and gathering in the spring.
What are you going on about? Maybe you ought to explain.
Forget about the puzzle we already solved. We need to look for new ones. I mean, this is a 4. What do I do with that information? Just like the sun symbol we saw in that dark room.
Yeah, that's right. There's some kind of number hint there, too. You think maybe the number was how many times we took a piss? No. It's gotta be how many times we flushed.
How many times we The thing you manipulate in the room is that string. Chances are they made this puzzle so someone wouldn't trigger it by accident. Guess I should just keep pulling on this thing then. Alright, here goes. Second pull. Third pull. Fourth pull. Stop counting for me though, Junpei. That's obnoxious. Did you just hear something?
I did, but it doesn't look like anything's happened here.
Oh, I wonder what that sound was. I don't know what I was expecting there. I was just like, I'll have to throw in a 4 or something into the toilet. This is what the moon symbol is pointing to, huh? Probably made it so that someone wouldn't trigger it by accident. If that's the case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's that sound again. It happens whenever I pull that string a couple of times. Junpei, did you hear something from the other room? The other room? You mean from the dark room? No. It's a sink, but there's no light shining on it. Gonna kill someone. Gonna actually kill someone. The drawer? Okay. Well, this drawer opens easily enough. What do I do with these? There are a bunch of weird lines on this tile thing. I don't get this. I don't think I can figure out this one on my own. Junpei, I'm so confused. It's gotta be to do with the tiles on this door. Okay. Well, it looks like we've investigated all the... 14! 14 is E in the thing, and there's 4 E's in emergence. Please let that be it. The only mystery left is that door.
Alright, let's crack that mystery then.
We got 4 tiles.
There are a bunch of tiles that are the same size up on the wall here.
So if we replace 4 of the tiles on the wall with the ones we've got, that should open the door. Well, there's only one way to find out. Please. 14. 14 is E in hexadecimal. It must be this. It must be. Oh, thank God. Hey, did you just hear something unlock? Does that mean we got it right? Yes, it looks like we did. The 14 hidden on the tile. If you convert that to hexadecimal, it's an E.
Basically, the E's in emergence are the 14s to the tiles.
I have no idea how you're supposed to figure that out. I don't know what I was missing. I don't know what I was supposed to do with the other clue I had either. The towel. I don't know.
So if we replace it, that gives up the answer.
Do you really care why it worked? Let's just get out of here. Yes! Let's go! That was for the sink thing, but you got it early. That just seemed really obvious, though. Just picked up my car from the mechanic with a healthy bill. Oh, nice. Oh, we love paying massive amounts on our cars. You found it! They passed the open door and headed to the next room. Junpei jogged down the short staircase and looked around. So do you think Clover solved all these puzzles herself? Or do you think she solved them with other people's help and then killed them? Like, how do you think she did it? What the hell is this place? The words had sprung unbidden to his lips, but it was clear why. Junpei shivered. Otis and Seven reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped short, terrified. This room is really creepy.
I think we ought to get the hell out of here now.
He jogged up the stairs on the opposite side of the room and shook the door on the wall next to the catwalk. It didn't open, and he muttered to himself.
Figures.
It's locked, isn't it?
Yep. Dunno, I thought this ought to be any different.
Junpei looked around the room again. In the center of it was a chair. The back of it was covered with electrodes connected to a nest of wires. Beneath it was a strange glass panel. Junpei wasn't sure what it was for, but it made him uncomfortable. Whatever might have been beyond the glass, Junpei couldn't tell. It was too dark. Junpei turned to look at the right side of the room. There was a table covered with a piece of cloth. Parts of the cloth were stained with something that looked suspiciously like blood. On top of the table were a number of metal instruments. Junpei didn't know what they were for, and he had a feeling he didn't want to find out. His mind began to imagine what could have taken place in that dark, cold room. The things he imagined were not pleasant. Junpei shook his head in an attempt to clear it, and tried to focus on something else. Oh my god, that mention of electrode reminds me, didn't someone ask for an electrode fact? Yeah, DD. Oh my god. Electrode was the fastest Pokemon in Generation 1, and they buffed it in a later generation by making it even faster, for absolutely no reason. So that really is all it has. But that means in Generation 1 it had the highest crit rate of any Pokemon. It was still terrible though. There's your electrode fact, sorry. Probably wasn't worth the 2-hour wait.
Anyway, we don't want to stay here any longer than we got to. Let's figure out the puzzle and get the hell out of here. Come on.
Seek a way out! Sorry, this room's actually just called the torture room. Everyone got one of those, right? Pokemon fact about Moltres. It's now the time for Moltres facts. I don't know, Moltres' position always weirds me out. Like, they can't pick a spot for that weird-ass bird. Despite the fact that there's, like, multiple games set in Kanto. Moltres is in a different place in all of them. Like, it's in Victory Road in Red, Blue, Yellow. It's not around in Gold, Silver, Crystal. It's in Mount Ember in Fire, Red, Leaf, Green. And then in Heart, Gold, Soul, Silver, it's in Mount Silver. Like, Moltres cannot make up its mind as to where it wants to go. Anyway, let's seek a way out. There's something on the screen. This device will conduct the experiment. Once the experiment has been completed, the door will unlock. First, adjust the switches to match the blocks in the sample above.
Huh? I don't know what this thing is, but we gotta figure out this puzzle.
It's right next to a torture chair. Whatever it is, I don't think it's good.
Anyway, we just adjust the switches to match the blocks up on top, right?
You adjust the switches shown at the four corners of the screen, then press the check button. Junpei, we don't know what this thing does. You can always come back to it later. There are lots of other things you could do. Okay. That one looks correct enough. None of those are wrong. I'm confused. Is it this one? What? Oh, this is a hell world! Okay, we definitely need that one. It's the only one that turned on that one on the right. That should be it. Yeah, okay, okay. Adjustment is completed. Now proceeding to execution phase. To complete the experiment, data must be collected from subject. Once preparation is finished, place subject in chair.
Whoa, I thought we solved the puzzle already. What does it mean by preparation?
I don't know. I've got a bad feeling about this.
I think this means one of us has got to sit in the chair.
Well, 7's never gonna fit in that thing. It's either you or me, Junpei. Collecting data. I wonder if it's going to run electricity through the subject.
There's a human head on the screen. Maybe it's gonna zap the brain with a little electricity?
This really doesn't sound safe.
Anyway, we've still got to prepare. We can talk about this after we figured out what it means by preparation. Alright?
Well, it wants us to prepare, so maybe we gotta ask it what it needs to do.
Error. The disposal tank is closed. Please fill tank with water.
What tank? Oh man, don't tell me we gotta do something with a water tank.
Well, there's probably something around here to open the tank, or whatever it's asking us to do.
Looks like the only controls are in this room. These levers have got to turn something on.
Of course they would. All they can do is turn something on or off. What's important is what they turn on or off.
Don't say the floor is going to suddenly open up.
The music in here is bitching, by the way. I thought there was a hole here, but I guess it's got a cover over it.
You aren't gonna be able to get that off. It's bolted on there pretty good. Maybe there's something around here we can use to get that thing off of there.
Can you see anything in there?
If you can't see anything, I don't really think we need to bother without trying to open it. It's too dark to see anything.
Huh? I see something shiny in there?
Junpei, if you would stop eating your screwdrivers... Okay, I'll give him this one. Evidently we need a wrench for this. This wrench looks brand new.
Considering where we found it, I have to wonder how it was used.
Knock it off. I don't want to think about that.
You've already seen plenty of things that are a lot more cruel than that. You're unexpectedly sensitive.
Come on, let's not talk about stuff that doesn't matter, okay? We need to find somewhere where we can use this thing. The cover's bolted on there pretty good. Should be able to get those bolts off with this wrench we just found, though. Ah, sweet, it's open!
The hole's too small. You can't see in, even with the cover off.
Well, you can't see in, but I think there's enough room to stick your arm in.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Who's dead? The ninth man is been blown up behind the fifth door. Snake is blown up behind the third door. And currently, Ace, Clover, Santa, and June are waiting for us outside. We're currently in door number 2.
Are you sure you want to do that? There could be something dangerous in there. Okay, I admit that scares me a little, but I need to see if there's anything useful in there. Alright, here we go. Arm into the hole. Hey, I think I can feel something. It's small, cold, and hard. Doesn't feel like there's anything else in here. Alright, let's see what this thing is.
A key with a sun symbol on it.
We should be able to open the other door with this.
Yeah, but we gotta get out of this room before we can do that.
And we're probably gonna need the sun key to do that.
All the doors in this room have keyholes. I bet we gotta use it on something that's not a door.
Is rabies from rat bite? That'd be embarrassing.
Of course, the entrance is locked. It's been like that in every room we've been in. What did you expect? No point trying to go back. Let's just think about going forward, alright?
Right, not a lot to this room then, actually. But confusingly so. I feel like I'm out of things to look at.
What's wrong, Junpei? What are you doing on the floor?
Well, I thought maybe if I got down here I could see through the glass. It's not working though.
I don't think it's just a large sheet of glass they put into an indentation.
I don't know. I mean, why would they do that? And the placement of the chair.
You're not making sense, Junpei. What's your point?
Well, I'm not sure, but don't you think there's something under the glass? I'd love to know, man. Maybe the glass is one way, like they have in a police station, you know? Or maybe it's just covered with something that makes it opaque. Doesn't matter how close I get, still can't see anything. Echoes when I knock on it, though. Wonder if it's hollow.
There are a ton of knobs here. Doesn't seem like any of them do anything, though.
Do you think it's broken?
All the dials are pointing in different directions.
Maybe something will happen if we turn them?
Huh.
Shoot. They're all rusted. I guess turning them doesn't really do anything.
Even on the gauge is at 0, it doesn't look like it's gonna move.
There are a bunch of buttons here with the letters A through F on them. I wonder if they do anything. Down you go. So if I press it again, back you come. I guess these buttons switch something on or off when you push them. Yes, but I don't know how to do that yet, so that's not it. It said the door will unlock if we complete the experiment.
So in other words, we aren't getting out that door until we finish this experiment.
Well, let's do that then. Water tank. And the sun key hidden inside the tank.
The L-shaped pipe and the straight one are both connected to this tank thing.
They're pretty big pipes, but that tank is even bigger.
There are a bunch of pipes up near the ceiling. I don't think there's going to be a puzzle up there. At least, I hope not. We can't even reach them. All the cables are running out of the chair.
I can't see them very well, but it looked like they're connected to some wires up on the ceiling.
When you look at it from here, the catwalk looks pretty high up.
That makes the stairs pretty steep.
We'd better be careful going up and down them. Catwalk's pretty high up. Sunky should fit into the keyhole in his mat. If you say so, Junpei. Alright, Sunky, in you go. And yes. Great, they're open. I don't think we're gonna need the Sunky again in here, though. Just seems unlikely. Right, Sunky, you've done your job. Into my pocket with you. I don't think examining the chair is gonna cause that machine to do anything. Should probably take a look at the monitor instead. The screen says to fill the tank with water. I need to find the controls for the tank, I guess. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Like, it's not there's anything else I can interact with. Red, yellow. Do you think the colors mean something?
No idea. I mean, red looks more dangerous, but other than that...
I don't think I did pull the levers. I think they spoke about them and I was like, oh, well then. Oh, this one looks like covered in rust. I don't think it'll move at all. I can see some oil or something down there at the base of the lever. Yeah, feels like it's got some movement to it. I should be able to pull this one.
Alright, let's pull the lever.
Yeah, okay, no. We had a conversation about it when I clicked on them before, and I thought as a result we couldn't interact with them. Thanks, Seven. Is that water?
What the hell? What's going on?
You calm down. It's just water going somewhere. It sounds like it's underneath us. That means the floor... Oh. Junpei, look! What's she... Oh, damn. I can see through the glass now. Is that a shark? There are a couple of letters in the colour of blood written on the shark's belly.
It's dead. Looks like the letters are E, D, B, and F. Whatever these are for has to be in this room somewhere.
Okay, that might as well happen. So it was everything except A and C, right? E, D, B, and F. What? There's a strange noise coming from the chair. Zero X dead beef.
Beef?
Looks like it's been turned on. I guess the puzzle here was that the power had to be set in a specific way. The restraining device is unlocked. Please seat subject and device. The message on the screen was disturbingly detached. Well, like we thought, it's not going to work unless someone sits in it. How ironic that this would be the situation in which this slim, beautiful body is useful. Lotus, are you sure? I can sit in it and you can
Junpei's right. If we screw it up...
Seven couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. His eyes fell to the floor. Junpei followed them. Beneath them was the dead shark floating underneath the glass. Perhaps it had been killed by an electric shock. I'll be fine. Even if I fall in, the shark is already dead. But... No one likes an indecisive man, Junpei. I can still give you advice in the chair, too. I just don't want to stay in this room any longer than we have to. Go over to that screen, and let's get this over with. After her words had made it clear that Lotus would book no argument, she turned and walked towards the chair without hesitation. But she did not sit down. Despite what she had said, she did indeed feel hesitation. Her legs shook. Look, do you think you could do me one last favor? Don't say last.
You're making me nervous.
Just listen. If something happens to me, I want you to tell my daughters that I love them very much. No. Tell them that I will always love them. Daughters?
You got kids?
Yes, I do. I suppose they're about your age, Junpei. They're twins. I had them when I was young after some things happened. Their names are Nona and... Wait! Nona? Junpei's words shot out before he even realized what he was saying. He remembered the story Seven had told him. Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were there in the experiment, I mean. What the hell? What's wrong with you? Lotus took a step back from Junpei. Seven looked just as shocked as Junpei. He blinked his eyes rapidly, as if he weren't sure if he was completely awake.
No way. It couldn't. Lotus, is your last name Kashiwabara?
Lotus's eyes went wide. How did you know that?
Are you serious? What the hell is this? There's no way you're that kid's mom.
That kid? What do you mean, that kid? Why are you acting like you've met her? Seven's brow furrowed.
I have.
What?
Yeah, I met one of your kids.
When?
9 years ago.
Where?
On this ship.
Why were you...
It's not a short story.
I don't care how long it is. Tell me, please. What happened here? Seven glanced at Junpei, then turned back to Lotus and began to speak. It was the same story Junpei had heard only minutes before. Every detail. At last, Seven finished. Lotus shook her head. Oh my god. Everything I've been looking for the last 9 years. The person who had all the answers was right here.
Looking for?
Yes, that's right. 9 years ago, my daughters disappeared.
Then, 9 days later, they came back. They never told me what had happened to them over those 9 days. I took them to the doctor, but I was told they hadn't been hurt in any way. Still, I was sure that they had been through something terrible, so I couldn't bring myself to force them to talk about it. If I did, then I'd force them to relive whatever horrors they'd been through. I didn't have any choice. I had to try to ignore it and move on. A few months passed. Gradually, they started to act like they always had before they disappeared. They smiled and made jokes and did all the silly things kids do. It got harder and harder for me to ask them about what had happened. How could I ask them to remember that? Eventually, I knew there was no way I could do it. But I'm still a mother. I couldn't simply forget that something terrible had happened to my children. So I decided I would investigate what had happened on my own. I would find out what had happened during those 9 missing days.
What did you find out?
Nothing. The police pretended to be concerned, but they didn't do anything. Once the 16 children who'd gone missing came back, things were just swept under the rug. You have no idea how hard it is to say simply and not shrimply. Shrimply is how I read that word now. Like, genuinely, every single time there's like a moment's pause. Even the media didn't talk about what had happened. I figured someone was probably paying or threatening them to keep their mouths shut.
Cradle Pharmaceutical. No, probably something even bigger than that.
Cradle Pharmaceutical. Have you heard of them before? No, that's the first time I've ever heard that name. Seven, how did you find out the Cradle Pharmaceutical was connected to the kidnappings in the first place?
I figured finding out whatever the victims had in common would lead me to the culprit. That's what any good cop does.
What do they have in common?
Every single one of the kids who disappeared had gone to this one hospital at some point. The hospital was one of a bunch that were under the control of Cradle Pharmaceutical. After that, it was just about connecting the dots.
The hospital? The hospital?
For a while, I was trying to get some kind of story out of the kids at the hospital. One of them told a weird story.
What was it?
Have you heard about the Gansfeld experiment? I guess all these kids had to go through it while they were at the hospital. I think it was passed off as some sort of counselling.
Seven cleared his throat and proceeded to explain the Gansfeld experiment. First, subjects Q and A are put into separate rooms, far away from one another. Then a series of video images are shown to subject Q, who is told to send the images to subject A by thinking about them. Subject A, on the other hand, is put in a large reclining chair and given a blindfold. With their senses cut off, A is asked to guess what images Q is looking at. Oh yes, I've heard of that. It's a famous telepathy experiment, isn't it? Telepathy. Junpei rolled the word over in his mind. That's how the experiment on the ship was supposed to work. Experiment to control people, right? Yeah. I don't know if any of the telepathy stuff really exists. But maybe someone from Cradle Pharmaceutical bought into it. Lotus grunted. Seven had been thinking hard for the last several minutes and finally spoke.
Even if that is the case, I still don't get how that has anything to do with any of this. A notary game, Zero, why we were kidnapped. What does any of that have to do with telepathy? I know I brought all this up, but I have no idea. Maybe none of this stuff is connected after all.
Then, in that moment of silence, a cold voice echoed down from the ceiling. No subject has been detected. Unless a subject is detected within 60 seconds, all power will be shut down. System recovery is estimated to take 1 hour. If you wish to proceed with the experiment, please seat subject in the restraining device.
Whoa, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going.
Oh no, that's not what we...
Just hurry up and get it over with. Junpei, I'm counting on you. Right. Lotus sat down in the chair. Junpei looked at her one last time, then made his way to the monitor. Lotus, please tell me right away if you feel anything weird. You worry too much. Now get on with it and be a man, or Jun's going to leave you. Lotus was putting on the best act she could manage, but her legs were shaking so much that if she hadn't been sitting, she likely would have fallen down. Failure was not acceptable. Junpei took one last deep breath and stared at the monitor.
good to me. Oh, I see. I take it back. I don't follow. Oh my god, okay. That's it, right? I stumbled into that. I absolutely stumbled into that, and I don't care. I will take that. I will take that victory. That puzzle looked hellish. Thank you for the hydrate, Dee Dee. The experiment has concluded. The door will now unlock. I can hear the door unlocking. Now we've got a new message. Release subject from restraining device. Lotus, are you alright? Yes, I am. I'm glad nothing bad happened, but I do think my life just got a little shorter. Hold on, I'll get you out right away. Shouldn't take long for Seven and me to get her out of here. Let's get out of here now. Being a guinea pig is not for me. It is for me, though. Damn straight. I don't ever want to see this thing again. You found it! Outside of the room, a hallway led off to their left. With nowhere else to go, they started down it. It turned left twice before they saw the elevator. In silence, they jogged up to it. Junpei pushed the C button. The elevator motor ground away, and before long they found themselves once again on C deck. The door opened and they stepped off. They'd expected to find 4 other people waiting for them. There were none.
Where'd they go?
I have no idea. Lotus shrugged. Something in the pit of Junpei's stomach stirred. He tried to forget the feeling and took off down the long hallway before him. Seven and Lotus followed at a run. They ran, ran, and ran. The hallway seemed endless. Their destination had already been decided. The door behind the central staircase. There was a sun symbol engraved on the keyhole of that door, and Junpei had the sun key in his pocket. That key would open the door. It had to. That was why they ran for the central staircase. They had run for quite some time when they arrived at the door at the end of the hallway. Junpei stopped. He laid his hand on the doorknob, his breathing heavy. Seven laid a hand on his arm.
Hold on a sec there.
Huh?
We don't have the key for this one yet, right?
There's the Jupiter symbol engraved over the keyhole. Seven was right. They had no Jupiter key. Then we can't open this door. Unfortunately, no, we can't. Ah, jeez. Sun door's gotta be just on the other side of this, you know? Frustrated, he twisted the doorknob. The door opened. Hey! It opened!
What?
The others must have found the Jupiter key. Well, what are we waiting for? As he spoke, he shoved the door the rest of the way open. They rushed through and stopped cold. The terrible scene before them made their blood run cold. 3 people lay dead on the floor, covered in blood. Junpei felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He couldn't breathe. His legs shook. His body felt cold, deathly cold. But his blood was boiling hot. He could feel his mind begin to fade. He couldn't think, he couldn't concentrate. His mind was blank.
What the hell? What the hell happened?
Seven's voice was weak and broken. He edged toward the bodies, his movements stiff. He bent down over Clover and pressed his fingers to her wrist.
Nothing. She's dead.
Suddenly, Lotus moved. Before he understood what was happening, her hand was in Junpei's vest pocket.
Hey, what are you doing?
He leapt back. Lotus looked up at him, terrified.
The key! Give me the sun key!
Why?
Why do you think? We have to get out of here before the murderer comes back!
The murderer. The murderer. Once again, Junpei looked at the dead bodies. Santa, Clover, and Ace. That meant that the person who had killed them was... No. No, it couldn't be true. Before Junpei could react, Lotus dove back into his pocket and came out with the key.
Let's go!
Without waiting for Seven or Junpei, she ran straight for the central staircase. They followed. Junpei shut his eyes and swallowed his emotions. Morning would have to wait. Soon, they stood in front of the door. Lotus shoved the sun key into the keyhole and twisted it hard. But...
Why?
What happened?
nothing. Nothing happened. I didn't feel it unlock.
Oh no. Is it the wrong key?
I don't know. Maybe? Lotus sighed, defeated, and leaned against the doorknob. She felt it twist. A small gap appeared between the door and the frame.
What the hell is this?
You mean the door was already unlocked?
Why?
How would I know that? Whatever, let's just go. Lotus took a deep breath and slowly opened the door the rest of the way. They stepped inside. In front of them was another hallway. It stretched out toward the bow of the ship. They began to run. Faster and faster they ran, trying desperately to reach the end of the hallway. A few seconds later, they were there. In front of them stood a massive metal door. They were all breathing heavily as Junpei spoke.
What the hell is this door? I can't see anything that looks like a doorknob or switch or lever or a card reader or anything. How the fuck are we supposed to open this? We don't have a choice. We're gonna have to go back.
No, no! I'm not going back there. There's a murderer back there! There was more stark terror in Lotus's voice and authority. She was almost begging.
I don't see any other doors.
As he spoke, Seven stepped toward the door in front of them, as if to illustrate that it was the only door. It opened. Nothing surprising. A simple automatic door.
Look, guys, I got a really bad feeling about all this. The other doors were already unlocked. This one's automatic. We haven't seen anything like this before.
How could their situation possibly get worse? 3 people were already dead. They'd hit the bottom, Junpei told himself. There was nowhere to go but up. He stepped through the door, and whatever hope Junpei had managed to summon disappeared. No. No, 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 no. It wasn't true. It couldn't be true. It was impossible. Utterly impossible. It was a dream. It had to be a dream. A nightmare. Yes, it was a nightmare, and if he could just wake up. He was seeing things. Yes, that was it. This was a hallucination. A lie. It wasn't real. It wasn't real. It wasn't real, right? June. No, no, the codenames meant nothing now. Canny. Canny.
Canny!
Junpei cried out and leapt for the door. He flew to her side, his heart like a stone in his chest.
Canny! Canny! Hang on!
Junpei swept her up and shook her by the shoulder. She moaned, and her eyes fluttered open, but only barely.
Canny!
Junpei?
Her face was pale, and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei, but saw nothing. Junpei put his hand against the small of her back to hold her up. It felt warm and wet. He lifted his hand up. It was covered in blood.
Oh man, Canny! What the hell happened to you? How did this happen?
It was all he could do to not break into tears.
Junpei, I'm sorry.
Her voice was thin, a minuscule thread that was the only thing keeping her with him.
I might not make it.
No way. No way am I gonna let you die. I'm gonna save you, I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
Don't give me that. I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You've just gotta hang on, alright, Canny? You. What could he do? He looked up from Canny, desperate for something. Anything. Then he saw it. A small submarine. The submarine? What on earth was a submarine doing there? No, that didn't matter. Nothing mattered except saving Canny. That was the only thing he wanted. Junpei turned his head back to look down at her. Hang on, alright? There's a submarine over there. I'm gonna go see if it works.
No, don't go. Please don't go. Please just stay with me, okay? I want to be close to you, Jumpy. When I...
Canny!
Jumpy, did you know? You meant a lot to me back when we were kids. I've liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame.
Jumpy, do you remember how we hung out a lot when we were kids? We went to the pool and to the fair. Do you remember playing snowball at the school? They're all memories I'll never forget. All of those moments are treasures to me. But I also wanted to go to a lot of other places with you. A lot more. But that won't happen now.
No, I mean, yes, it will happen. We'll go to all sorts of places, Canny. You hear me? I promise. We'll go wherever you want.
Really?
Yeah, really. I swear.
That makes me happy. Really happy.
She said it to herself over and over, a weak smile creasing her tired face.
Jumpy, I feel sleepy.
No, Canny, don't fall asleep.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much.
Her eyes were slowly closing. Junpei screamed even as he felt his throat go hoarse. Canny! 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 Time passed. Junpei wept, curled around Canny's body. He cried and cried until he had no tears left. When the last tear fell, Junpei was no more. His body remained, but only as an empty shell. Somewhere he heard a bell ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. It rang 5 times, then faded. 5 o'clock. Quietly, gently, softly, he set Canny down on the floor. Slowly, Junpei stood. Only then did he realize that Seven and Lotus had not followed him. Where had they gone? Slowly, he looked around the room. There was nothing. No sign that they had ever been there. It felt as though every part of Junpei's body was made of lead. Slowly, he made his way to the door he'd come through. As he approached it, it opened, sliding apart with a sound like grinding stone. Junpei passed through the gate and into the hallway. His heart rattled in his chest, an empty, lifeless thing. It had been so utterly broken that there was nothing left to feel. When he saw their bodies, he simply stared. It was a lake, a sea of blood. 2 bodies lay in it. There was no need to check. There was no breath left in them. His eyes lit on Lotus's wrist. Her bracelet, it was gone. He stared. It meant nothing to him. He didn't care anymore. He couldn't care anymore. Junpei's body felt numb. A part of him knew the lump of lead in his chest had once been a heart. He couldn't quite remember what it had been for. Tears poured from his eyes in great streams. He wasn't sure why. He gave up trying to make them stop. He turned around. The door opened again, and slowly, numbly, he walked through. He kept walking. Why stop? An object set in motion, simple inertia carried him forward. Eventually, he found himself in front of the submarine. His arm reached for the hatch. And then he was floating in water. His eyes stared down into it. He couldn't see the bottom. His back was hot. Dimly, he felt the blade of a knife in it. One dead body lay behind door number 5, the body of the 9th man. Another lay in the shower room, the body of Snake. At the central staircase were 3 more, Ace, Santa, and Clover. Just outside the door were 2 corpses, those of Seven and Lotus. And in this very room lay the body that had once been Canny. And now, Junpei would join them. Who, then, had killed them all? Who? Junpei let out one last breath. Faintly, he felt the bubbles creep up the side of his face. His consciousness faded quickly, dissolving away into the cold, gentle lapping of the water. Gotta love that that's not a bad end. We get credits for this one. We didn't get credits last time. No, this was a good end. This was fine. I think the last end was better. I don't know. This feels like it was worse than the axe end. Is that just me? Anyway, that was the submarine ending. That's the ending I saw first. It's the we didn't fuck up end. We learned a ton more info. That's true. I mean, I don't know if people have managed to glean anything from the 2 endings we've seen so far. Obviously I know what's going on, so I can't really say much, but... Calling it the submarine ending is amusingly misleading. I like it. I know, right? It's messed. I have a lot of thoughts. No spoilers. I can't give spoilers! I'll be back on Friday or Saturday to do our next path, which will have a lot more skip dialogue. Because obviously we've now seen a fair chunk. The end. Or is it? Is this game just pure depressing endings? I guess we'll see. Would you like to keep the information you've gained during this playthrough? This data will be retained in your save file. I would like to keep that information, yes, thank you. There you go, submarine ending, ending number 6. 4 more to go. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. I guess one, it raises a lot of questions, but also makes some other things start to come together. Right? Like... I can at the very least give you what I thought the first time I did that, which was sheer confusion. Right, like, there's so much information. Everything feels like it's coming together. You're learning about the past, and then everyone's dead. But everyone's dead. So what the hell's going on with that? Anyway, I'm gonna go into this screen just so that I don't get the thingy. But yeah, I hope you all enjoyed stream. I'll see if there's anyone to raid, but it's only midnight. Maybe there'll be someone I know. Maybe. Okay, the ridiculous shift that would be here, like the tonal shift would be absurd. I only have people doing like the happiest things. It was great fun, very simple, clear cut. Hey, thanks for streaming. Thank you for being here. Oh, should say goodbye to YouTube, right? I'll let y'all say goodbye to YouTube if you want to. Oh my god, every time I click on OBS, I get to see the chat box again. I'm like, mwah. Oh, it's so good. I just really like how it looks for this game. It's so good, it's so good. Oh wait, next time I might railroad you a little bit more at the end, just to ensure we don't get the same ending twice. So we'll see. We'll have a vote, obviously at the start, because there are ways we can go from... There's ways we can go for a bit. But there will be a fair few, yeah. Anyway, goodbye YouTube.